Hi, everybody. Whoops. Please give us a thumbs up now if you can hear us.
Hey, yo.
I hit the mute by accident. What are you doing?
Waiting on you to turn it on so I can see myself.
Oh, you shaved today.
And finally, she notices.
Wow. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice. I guess I haven't really looked at you till just now.
Oh, I know.
So neglected.
I know.
How's everybody doing tonight? It's Friday.
I'm feeling neglected.
Well, why don't you do your intro and then we get started?
Hey, yo. Welcome to the wonderful world of HungryHeath. Now, I am not a classically trained chef. What I am is a self-taught home cook. I have studied under several television chefs. I have a PhD from YouTube University and a black belt in Google Fu. I love to cook. The only thing I love more than cooking is my wife, the sensational Shelly Eats Steak. Together, we host what you're watching right now, the Friday Night Feast. We love it when y'all tune in and hang out and basically have dinner with us every Friday night. We look forward to it every week. I'm already starting to kind of dream up what we're making next week.
Oh, I know. So many good options.
Well, I have to get a list going.
Well, actually, next week, we're going to have a special guest.
That's right. That is next week. I forgot about that.
Comment now if you have any guesses. That
means also for Saturday, we're making a recipe video on that too.
Yeah, what ghoul might be stopping by.
Right.
But yeah, so I'm just so excited.
Right, me too. Let's
So-
do a roll call real quick. See who's in here.
Okay, it just he's in the event or
Process.
thank you, of smoking ribs. So I put a link down in the description to our 221 method. Basically, to smoke ribs takes about 5 hours. So we couldn't evidently do that on a live. And plus, I didn't want to eat at midnight, y'all. So he
How
did
much is
start
that? Don't say timer.
21 minutes or
So,
29. I don't know if it's a 0 or an 8. But he did start earlier so that then it wouldn't take all night, right?
Because like I told her, when we do these regularly, we start at 6:30, chit chat with everybody for a minute, then we start up and start cooking. Well, we're not usually eating until 7:30 anyways. So this way it's going to end up being about the same.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's say hi. So Lisa's here. Hey,
Hey, Lisa.
Just, is there no RSK tonight? I thought they were on.
I actually ended up talking to James earlier because it kind of threw me off a little bit too. And he said that Emily had to work late this evening and he had some chores to do around the house. He's like, well, that'd be a really good time to do it. And he didn't feel comfortable going riding solo tonight by himself. So he's like, let me just do my chores. And he said he did post in the Facebook group.
No, I thought he said on the community tab.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay. See how much I know?
And then also, that's a reminder too. Any of our channel members, tomorrow we're having our channel member appreciation cook-along. So please, I think most everybody already responded, but if you did not get the email, please let me know.
Comment now.
Yeah. Or
go ahead and join now so you can tune in tomorrow with it.
Yeah, if you join now by hitting that join button, any level, you get to do our monthly cook-along, and then we can send out that invite. And that reminds me, we did get a new member, I think like yesterday or something. So please make sure, if you're listening tonight, please send me a message or an email, because I do need to have your email address to send you the invite. All right. Jackie's Jinx Journey's here. Hey, Jackie, we were watching your channel this week.
Yes, we're trying to get caught up.
Right. And so she told him, well, yeah, that's what happened. Oh, Jackie said, I had a migraine all day. Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
So I went to Quick and Easy brats and Ketochow mint chocolate pudding.
Oh, that sounds good.
The pudding is so good, y'all.
I like brats too.
Yeah, you do. Lisa said, I really wanted some Ketochow. Didn't have any prepped.
Aww.
Oh, that sucks.
You know what you got to do tonight, right?
Yeah, that's what she said. I'll do that before I go to bed tonight. I really wanted a creamy lasai. Right? Jackie said, I still need to make a different flavor. The first one I did tasted really metallic, so I think I got the flavor of the machine. Oh, that's interesting. Jason's here. Just
Hey,
Jason
brother.
Keto. Hey, I saw your shorts this week too. How are you
Why are you
doing?
looking at his shorts?
I noticed his.
Huh?
Lisa said, I've never had it taste metallic. Me neither. Oh, you do the allulose and extracts. Wow. Jackie said, it's probably because I was lazy and patient and didn't wash the blade.
Ah, that might be.
That might do it. I'm always like, I wash everything because I'm just always.
I think it says 25 minutes.
Okay, so it's 28 a minute ago.
Because y'all, that's what throwed me off a little bit too. Is I usually use the timer on my phone, but it's also what we're using to record. So I'm using the timer on my oven. So I'm kind of out of sorts right now.
Jackie said, I only see those that they pop up on my YouTube feed, and I didn't see theirs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I never get the community stuff to pop up.
I don't either.
Maybe it's a setting. Jason said, apparently they're rolling out community tabs for pretty much every channel now.
Oh, wow.
So you'll probably see a lot more posts in your feed. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Jackie said, I just got the ability to go live, but haven't seen the community tab yet. I think right now it's 500 subscribers.
I think so.
Just Jason Keto said, it looks like if you have set up your verification under feature eligibility, they'll eventually give you access before reaching the 500. Oh, okay. Yeah. And Jackie said, it'll probably be a while. You never know, girl. It could take off. Jen said, good evening.
Hey.
Hey, Jen. Hey, Brian.
Thank you again, Jen, for always representing. You're always showing our shirt and everything.
Yes.
That's just amazing. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And then when's your channel started, Jen?
Yeah, that's a good one too.
S. Wilson's here.
Hey.
I was just thinking about you the other day. She goes, hello, everyone. Missed you guys last week. We missed you.
Thank you.
I was wondering what was going on. Hoofinit's here.
Hey, Karen.
She said, good evening, everyone. Happy Friday. Yay.
Yeah.
We cut up a bunch of peppers tonight. Brian gloved up like Heath.
That's why you do it.
And I did not. That's
Safety
right,
first.
I touched my face, but not the eyes. Oops. Should have said yes to the gloves.
Yes.
Yeah, it can
I
get dangerous.
I actually have 2 boxes down here just in case. And then I have a couple of pair in my apron for when I'm going to need them here in a minute.
Right? Okay. Somebody said there's a little freezing going on. Okay.
Our wonderful internet.
Oh, I think our internet is fine.
Are you on
let me check.
Are you on the 2 or the 5?
No, on the 2, which is right. Let's see here. Because last week, that's on automatic. Okay, let's see. Okay, what if I do this? See if that.
Why saying double? Two.
Okay, because it is on the lowest setting there, so hopefully your feature keeps freezing ever so often, but I still hear you. Let's see. Freezing was at the very start. Oh, okay. I said it's done now. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Cass Kit said, happy Friday, HungryHorde. Hope everyone had a great week and kicking off an even greater weekend. Smash that thumbs up. Thank you. Purple Lovin' Nana says TGIF. Hi, everyone. Hey, Debbie. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to start.
Huh?
I'm going to go ahead and start.
Oh, okay.
Well, because I got 25 minutes. I'm going to start filling some of these peppers.
Okay. And mushrooms?
Yeah. What I have here is a leftover container of ricotta. And then I mixed in the last little bits of some shredded mozzarella. And then I did a few doses, little shakes of this Martha's Original Recipe Chipotle hot sauce.
Oh.
It's going to be good.
And you're filling what, jalapenos?
I'm going to fill a couple of jalapenos and a couple of little small, I guess you call them button mushrooms.
That looks like more than a couple.
Well, those are bite-sized, though, so there has to be a couple.
Strong's here.
Hey,
Stacy, how you doing? And Carrie is here. Hey, Carrie, how you doing?
Hey, brother.
He said, hello there, HungryHorde, or HungryHeath, the warden, and the crew.
Nice.
Jackie said, I'm a klutz. I always glove when it comes to spicy. Let's see. Carrie said he gave 50 gazillion thumbs up. That's awesome.
I even gloved up earlier when I was prepping the ribs because it's raw meat. It's just cleanliness.
That's so funny. Does anybody else watch Chef Reacts on TikTok?
That dude's hilarious.
He is hilarious. And so people tag him in posts and stuff, but he'll also basically review people who do cooking TikToks, right? I
guess I know you get him to review my stuff.
Ooh.
Let him laugh at me.
But a lot of people, honestly, on TikTok, I really feel like they're just going for the shock value. They're not really trying to cook anything that's good or teach you how to cook. They're just like, oh, let's see what I could do. Like one person, and I never remember these channels, but one person took a whole bunch of bananas, skinned it off, with the sticker still on, saying, what is that brand, La Quinta or whatever?
The one with the lady with the on her head,
anyways,
I think.
The sticker was still on all of the banana skins or peels.
It was the whole bunch of them.
Yeah, the whole bunch, and dipped the whole bunch in a batter, and then she puts it in this way too full pot of crappy oil, and really it didn't need that. Like the pot was this big, and she filled the oil like all but 1 inch, and she's putting in this huge thing of bananas, and she puts it all in, and of course at one point it splatters everywhere because when she tried to get it to pull them out, her tongs dropped them because of course they're just laden with freaking oil, and it just splattered everything. I thought it was hilarious. But yeah, like what's the point of that? Like, why are you battering the a fully encased banana? Because like you're gonna cut into it, pull the peel out, and then eat. I was just like, okay, this is just dumb.
Well, it's like that one video my mom sent me, remember? Where the lady took all the peels, she's peeling and she's fixing to slice up onions. So she peeled them first. Then she saved the peels, dehydrated those, and then ground those up and made them into powder.
And it was
for seasoning.
Yeah, it was like the skin, that little flaky skin.
And I replied to my mom, said, why do you want me to eat the trash? I'm not that broke. Come on, Mom.
Yeah, so I was just like, okay, ridiculous. But this guy, Chef Reacts, he's hilarious. And he always gets on to people with, sometimes he'll be like, okay, your cutting skills are awful. Like, who cut that? A 5-year-old? And then, I forget what my original point was. But he did another one. He'll also get on to him about, this lady was, again, this is just dumb. She got a big pumpkin.
Oh, yeah.
And took a whole chicken and stuffed it in the pumpkin, the whole chicken. Well, to handle the chicken, she puts on these gloves, but she's putting on like dishwasher gloves. Those big, long plastic gloves that flare out. Like, this is kitchen type gloves, ones that are clingy and everything. And they were like oversized. Like, they didn't even look like they fit her right.
These are actually cooking gloves. The ones she had on were like the cleaning gloves.
Yeah. And so she's handling this chicken, this raw chicken, and putting the seasoning on. And then she goes to put it in this pumpkin that she cleaned out with the gloves, right? That's fine. If you want to glove up, go right ahead. But then after she does that, like, what would you do? Would you keep your gloves on or would you take them off? She keeps the gloves on and then continues to grab each of like the bowls of different seasoning or whatever, onions and whatever else she was putting in with her dirty gloves. I'm like, what? And then handles the pumpkin, puts it all in there. I'm just like, what? And so he was laughing at her about that too. He was like, okay, like there's a point where you should take gloves off. Like, yeah, I understand you can wash the bowls, but why even do the gloves to begin with?
Well, it's like that one barbecue restaurant we went to in Austin. The waiter, the waitress, sat there in the middle of the dining room,
Oh, that was gross.
took her shoes and socks off and adjusted them and put them back on. Right there in the middle of the dining room.
Yeah, it was her boots because she was getting sweaty.
Yeah.
Anyhow, 22 Cute Cats here.
Hey.
She goes, hello, Shelly Heath and the wonderful Horde. Been looking
Hey.
forward to this all day.
Us too. Thank you.
Aw, that's awesome. Right one's here.
Hey.
Happy Friday. Hey, welcome.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Jen said, remember, you see him with your heart,
All
not
right.
your eyes. See?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that why you never notice anything
Uh-huh.
on me?
All right.
Carrie said, we need the good oil for the Friday. That's
Uh-huh.
right. Karen said, look at that smooth face like a baby's butt.
Wait, she just called me a butt face. I love you too.
Casket said, the name game force is strong in this one, right? Carrie said he's gone 266 days of no coffee or caffeine. That's awesome. Susan's here.
Hey,
Susan, how you doing? Marie is here. She said, good evening. I'm way behind on videos due to severe
whoa.
long migraine. Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
Curious to hear about the fat fast.
Oh, yeah, we got to get into that too.
Sorry. That just sucks. Okay. I'm going to get into the fat fast. Just give me a couple more moments. Matreya's here. She goes, hello. And hurrah.
Hurrah, hurrah.
Special guest.
No, that's next week.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, S. Wilson says she gets them too. Also, so I'm sorry. Oh, Shauna's here. She's listening while she cooks.
Who?
Mickey is here. Hey, Mickey.
Hey.
Went to the Blue Ridge Parkway and thought of you guys. Picked up a bottle of smart ass hot sauce for Heath.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Well, he's definitely a smart ass.
Hmm.
Carrie said the ribs are smoking. How did the ribs light their cigarettes? I don't know.
Very carefully.
Very carefully.
Well, you know what they said, right? It's better to be a smart ass than a dumb ass.
That's true. Jen's here. She said, well, I know I already said she's here. Brian says hi to everyone.
Hey.
He's getting ready for work. Oh, wow. Hi, Brian. Have a good night. Hopefully you'll handle, because doesn't he work for UPS? Hopefully you'll handle the package better than my local post office did.
Tell them about that.
Oh yeah. Well, in a little bit, we got topics. So somebody remind me about 20 minutes about the package from post office. Matreya said, I'm glad to hear you say that. I was thinking I might do that sometime to show a rotisserie I have round for sliced roast beef.
Oh, it's a good idea.
Oh, that sounds really good.
I need a rotisserie attachment for my smoker.
Yeah. Blue Dove's here.
Hey, Jimmy.
She goes, howdy, Horde mates, Horde mistress, and Horde master.
I didn't tag you, Jamie, but we're using your pecan butter again tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
By the way, I need a refill.
Fantastic Friday night feast. Let's see. Mary's here. Hey, Mary.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
And Mary is going on the cruise.
Yes.
Y'all. Mary and Rhonda.
Nice.
So, hello. Who
Rhonda
else
Clark?
Yeah.
Nice.
I think they're rooming together, right, Mary? So, even more reason to sign up. She goes, hi, everyone. Killing the last half hour of work. First shift since I got home. Oh, painful. Real estate is dead this time of year.
I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Well, only problem I ever had with it working construction, because I worked in the housing where I was doing cabinets, is honestly starting to get busy around here because everybody's moving in to their new houses and wanting to do their holiday parties. So I had to go in and start fixing stuff. That's when they would call the builder and wanted all the repairs done.
Wow. Bluegrass Girl's here.
Hey, Kara.
She said, good evening.
Howdy.
Oh, Stacy said it felt so weird not watching the lives last Friday. I bet. Mary said, got your invite for tomorrow. I'm working, but I might be able to pop in.
Oh, nice.
I hope so. Ready, Set Keto is here.
Hey.
A little late. Sorry. Hello, y'all.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Ready, Set Keto.
Get your chores done.
Right. Lisa said, I have bought all the supplies for the cook-along tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
Yay.
I tried to buy most of them today, or all of it, but Kroger did not have the chorizo, so I got to go to H-E-B tomorrow and get it.
Yeah. Radical Geek said, yeah, 500 is what you need. Nice. Strong said Heath has his after dinner slouch already.
Yep. A perma slouch.
That's where people were saying we were freezing. Okay, Jennifer's here. She said, "Good evening, beautiful
Hey.
people." Hey, Jennifer, welcome back. And everybody's saying hi to everybody. Oops.
To each everybody?
Yeah, to each everybody. Well, they're each telling each other hello. Carrie said, Heath is very cheesy tonight with the peppers. Heath is always cheesy.
Behold the power of cheese.
Casket said, I made some stuffed mushrooms last Sunday and they were so good.
I was really thinking about putting some pepperonis on top of them, but these are a little too small for that. The pepperoni's too big.
Yeah. Jerry's here. Good evening.
Hey,
Jerry
brother.
and Patty. And just a reminder, everybody go help Maitreya. She's so close
Yes.
to 500 subs. We got to get her there, y'all.
Yes. And tune in every Sunday at 5:30 Central.
Yes, that's when she does her coffee talk. But I think this Sunday you're doing tea, aren't you? Debbie said, be right back. Pup needs to go outside. I understand that. Shauna said, on IP for cracked chicken bacon in the air fryer. Ooh, that sounds good. Lisa said she just finished dinner. Pork belly Brussels.
Nice.
Yum. That sounds so good, y'all.
We're having that tomorrow, right?
This fast. I am like starving right now. Oh, Dawn does keto.
Hey, Dawn.
Hey. Says, hey,
is Mike watching too?
Hungry horde ear hustling while I'm in the car. Hope y'all have a great night.
We are too. Thank you for catching up on all the old videos. I'm trying to do the same to your channel. I don't know if you noticed.
Right, I've been watching it. The one, y'all, if you go follow Dawn Does Keto as well, and Jackie Stink's Journey, and Just Jason Keto.
Yes.
I mean, they all have fabulous stuff. I like Jason because he'll just do real quick shorts, so you don't feel like, oh, I gotta sit down and watch forever.
You should like that, Jerry.
Right. But also Dawn, her latest one is where she does the creamy unboxing. So freaking hilarious. I was almost rolling out of my chair because Mike is so funny. He's like giving this play-by-play with her opening this creamy, y'all. It's hilarious. Go and watch it. It's so funny. Let's see. Jackie said, for the cruise horde dinner, if I can make sure to keep it cold and can get my hands on enough, would you guys like to make some jalapeno bacon for the feast?
Oh, sure.
We'll be at the hotel, so can't make it there. Oh, wow.
Because from what time are you getting into the hotel? Because that's the thing. Because we're only maybe 15, 20 minutes away from the hotel. And then I'm off every Friday. So I'll be off that whole day. I might have to run and go grab a few more things just to restock, or whatever. But I'm gonna try and do it during the evenings, during the week too, if need be.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do it.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody would love that.
Yes.
Sabrina said, good evening to all. Good evening, Sabrina. She said it's
Howdy.
a hectic week and the weekend is going to be any different. Oh no. Making chicken fajita taco soup.
Oh wow.
That sounds good. For a wiener roast, we're having Sunday with family. Oh,
nice.
Wow. That sounds
Speaking
good.
of, when we made the migas the other day, when we took those egg life wraps and fried them up, it gave me the idea that we need to make a tortilla soup.
Oh, yeah.
I think that'd be good, especially in a couple of weeks when it's still cold.
Yeah, it's back to the 80s now.
Yeah, I only really like soups and chilies and stews when it's really, really cold out.
Yeah, and so far it hasn't gotten cold enough. Gigi's here. Hey, Gigi, welcome back. Says good evening, everyone.
2 nights this week, it did get cold enough, but we already had other food thawed out. And that's when she started the fat fast, too, so it didn't make any sense to go and redo it all.
Because I really want to make the pumpkin sausage soup from Ketochow.
And they have actually requested us put out the video on it, our version of it.
Yeah, our version. Because
I told them I Heathified it.
Yeah. Maybe okay. Heathified, so it's gonna be spicier. And yeah, we did some changes to it because I'm just the type of person, y'all. If I see a recipe, let me know if anybody else is like this, but if I see a recipe that's got 15 to 20 ingredients, like, I'm just going to be like, no, like, I'm going to take half of this stuff out. Like, I'm a very simple, like, a recipe shouldn't have tons of ingredients.
That one Bobby Flay video, recipe we did.
PTSD.
Seriously, we made one of his sauces for tacos. And it made so much of the sauce, we actually took a jar and made it full of jar, and it lasted a week for us. And we used it on a bunch of other dishes too. But it was really good, but we haven't made it since.
Yeah, so we had this book, and so it was a pork tenderloin recipe, which we were like, ooh, that sounds good. But so the recipe was 2 parts, which that also ticks me off because they're like, oh, on this recipe, here's the 20 ingredients you need, right? And here's one ingredient is the sauce. Oh, if you want the recipe to that sauce, you got to go to page 55. So it's like, oh, okay, we want to make this, so we need to do this sauce. So first you got to go do another recipe before you can start on that recipe.
It's like the other ones on the internet, though. When you go to the website, you have to hear a story about how it was, 30 years ago, they met this one person that at this other place. And
I know, and that's why they decided to make deviled eggs. But so his sauce required 24 hours
to marinate.
The whole process was a 24-hour process because you had to poach peppers I forget the term, but basically you get dried peppers and reconstitute them. And there was all these steps involved in the sauce, so we had to do that ahead of time. So the sauce was ready.
It was like a month ahead of time. Then we finally got to eat the dish.
I know. I was like, so you can't just, oh, this is what I'm making tonight.
It's real easy when you have a whole staff doing stuff for you.
Right. And that's why, like, when we eventually release our cookbook, it's not going to be like, you're not going to need special ingredients because that also ticks me off. When I look at a recipe and they're like, oh, you need to buy this and you need to get this. Oh, you need this special blah, blah, blah. Here's a link to my Amazon. No, like I like a recipe where I could just go in my pantry, find the stuff, and that's it. If I have to go out and buy special things, no, I'm done. If it's going to require tons of ingredients, nope, I'm done. I will make adjustments.
Well, we have a video coming out pretty soon, or at least I want to make it anyways. She makes an awesome harissa mayo.
Oh, that's so good.
But the store I was going to go to today, for whatever reason, did not carry the can of harissa that we used last time. So I have to kind of do some finagling to find out which store it was again.
Mm-hmm. Shauna said, I could use some of those kitchen gloves right now. I bet if you're making chicken. Right family's here.
Hey,
Right family. Hey, Brantley. How are y'all doing?
It looks like 3 minutes. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. Sarah said, onion skin are a great source of vitamin A, C, and E, and antioxidants, plus rich source of flavonoids, particularly quercetin, a potent antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and a natural dye.
Okay. I believe you.
Sabrina said, also going to make the deviled eggs with no mayo. Hope they come out good because there are a lot of people that'll be here that aren't keto. Oh, I'm sure it'll be fabulous.
Just, what is Rachel always says? Don't lie and king it.
Right? Jackie said, all the cooking shows used to touch raw meat and touch all the seasonings and utensils. Always made me cringe.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Or they would take the wooden cutting boards and cut meat on it. I hate that.
Oh, yeah.
I want a giant one for cutting like these ribs on and everything.
Blue Dev said she always throws the onion and garlic skins into the broth. Oh, that's probably a good idea. Okay.
Well, my thing is, how do you wash that? Because they've just been sitting there. Everybody else is handling them. They dig through them, find the ones they want, move them out of the way.
I think that's our thing. We're a little germaphobe.
Yeah.
And then I think, especially if you get the onion on top, somebody has sneezed all over it. And
well, I thought it was weird too. We used to love going to Sprouts Market to get our mushrooms. Because they had them just in a little bin. You picked out the ones you wanted, and you filled up a bag full, took them up there, and they weighed them. Like you do a bunch of your other produce. But all of a sudden, because of the C word, they started boxing them up. But the pepperonis, the jalapenos.
And everything else.
And the cucumbers, they didn't do that, but they had to do it for the mushrooms.
Yeah, but it was like a year and a half into the whole pandemic. I'm like, no, I don't think you can use that as an excuse.
That was their excuse, though. Because I'm like, hey, boss, come here. What?
I know.
He goes, no, it's corporate. They told us we had to.
Jerry said, what kind of rolling papers do you use for smoky ribs? Barbecue, of course.
Probably the
Shauna
butcher
said,
paper.
pain in the butt. Retreya said, I got my Costco check and spent it on a pork belly and whole strip.
Have we gotten one? We haven't been going to enough.
Oh, we had it last month.
And what do we use it on?
We used it on groceries.
Okay. Because we've been going to Sam's a lot more, honestly.
Matreya says, oh my God, the post office.
Right? I heard your story. Somebody told me about your story with them. That's just... Ugh.
Blue Dust said, gotta run and throw the picanha back on the smoker.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds good.
We haven't made that in a long time.
Jerry said, only 226 days until low carb cruise. That's why y'all need to book now. It's going to be fabulous.
Yes.
It's going to be so much fun, y'all. I cannot
See,
wait.
what's messed up, though.
Jackie says she can't wait to cuddle a sloth. Won't that be fun?
The only issue I have with the cruise is our favorite cruise line, or at least mine anyways, is Princess. Yeah. So we tried, we were going to take a cruise at least once a year and then stick solely with Princess so that we could keep getting, racking our points up and cash them in for bonuses. Mm-hmm. But I can't do more than one cruise a year. So I'm going to have to start building up points with the other ones. Yeah. Okay. So our timer just went out. So what are you doing with? I'm moving all this out of the way. So I can bring them in and show them off, and then we can do the next step. And what is the next step? You'll see it when I come in. Oh, it's a surprise, y'all. Mary said, Rhonda's a firm maybe on the cruise. Oh, I saw Debbie welcome you both. Not holding my breath at this point, but I'm coming for sure. Well, good. We just need to tell Rhonda she's got to go. She's got to go. Jennifer is here. Hey, Jennifer. Hey. Oh, I think I said hey. Kroger just bought Albertsons. I heard that. Oh, wow. Well, our Albertsons closed. All of our Albertsons closed. But you know what? That's fine because it was a little bougie anyways. I loved Albertsons. I actually had a guy chase me out of Albertsons to ask me on a date. You, sir, get away from my wife. And I was just like, okay. Like I thought I didn't look that good. Like I just got off work. I ran in there to get I think my mom needed a can of chicken. I'll be back. Or something, right? And so I'm just going through there oblivious to everything. And then it was sprinkling outside. And this guy comes running up and he's all like, hey, he couldn't get the words out. And I'm like, dude, okay, first of all, that's weird because I'm in a parking lot. And two, it's sprinkling. I don't want to stand out here. And he was finally like, can I get your number? I just like you. You're just so pretty, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay. But it ended up, he was a major tightwad. I'm frugal. This guy took it to a whole new level. So it's a long story, but that didn't last. Okay. So that's what the ribs look like. So it's been 4 hours they've been cooking. So now it's time to unwrap them because if y'all know, that's why she put a link in the bottom in the show notes. We did the 2-2-1 method where we smoke them with just seasoning for 2 hours. Then we wrap them in foil with some butter and some more seasoning. Now I'm going to open them up and we're going to glaze them. And then I'm going to throw them back on there for another 30 minutes to an hour. Ooh, I'm so excited, y'all. I'm so hungry. Lisa said HEB definitely has the chorizo. Yeah, it's the boar's head. I ordered from the deli and picked up at curbside this morning. Awesome. Because I went to Sam's this morning and there's a Kroger right around the corner from them. So I just went at the Kroger right there. There's not an HEB close to them. So I went over there and asked them in the deli. They didn't have it. The girl said they never carried it at that store. Yeah, but they carry boar's head, but not the chorizo. But that's fine. And that Kroger's actually in the same parking lot as Sam's. And then the closest HEB, he would have to go past our house to get over to it. So it's just don't bother. Oh my gosh, that looks amazing. Look right here. See the bones already starting to pull. Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm gonna eat the whole freaking thing, y'all. James, You should go grab Emily and tell her to watch because you said she likes it when they start peeling apart like that.
Here, I'm trying to show the whole. Look at that.
Oh, whoops! I'm grabbing the cord.
Pan it up a little. Bring it back toward. Yeah, so you can see the whole thing. Oh my gosh. Oh, okay. I want to eat all of it, y'all.
All right. Well, here.
Move
it over to you.
And
if you don't mind, start glazing that.
Oh. Okay.
And while you do that, I'm gonna go pop those in the air fryer.
But okay. And then I'll need the brush.
You want the brush or the spoon?
The brush.
Okay.
And then move that camera a little bit towards me. Turn it.
Yeah.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I gotta make sure the tacos.
Carrie said, I'm cheesy with the blue cheese, right? Matreya said, yes, tea. Oh, yay. Casket said, yeah, I bought regular white shrooms last week. I should have bought my regular Bellas because those white ones are too small for stuffing. They are freaking small.
They are.
Sometimes you get them big. So this
yeah, because look, you see how small mine are.
Yeah.
I'm fixing to dump them.
Yeah. Hoofinit said, yeah, I like tea. Excited for Sunday evening. Yes.
I'm not British.
Oh, Right Family said, we're heading into Walmart. Pray for us. We got some snow and people are freaking out. Oh, no, Right Family. Well, stay safe and drive safe. Okay. So I don't know why Heath made that comment if y'all heard it, because he lives on tea. He drinks a lot more tea than I do.
But I drink Southern style tea, like God intended.
Oh, goodness, y'all.
Because otherwise, it's just dirty water.
Anywho, so this is last week. If you came to the live, if not, you go back. It's still there. We made a pecan satay or satay. How do you say it?
Satay. It's not English. But then again, saute isn't either. That's French, isn't it?
Like a Texas hillbilly, or like I actually spoke to a customer today in New Jersey, and she's like, "Where are you from?" Well, she didn't say it like that. She said, "Where are you from?" I can't do in New Jersey, and I was like, "Oh, Texas," and she goes, "Oh, yeah." She goes, "Okay, well, excuse my harshness," and I didn't think she was harsh at all. She goes, "But you have a great day."
Bless your heart.
Well, no, she wouldn't say that. Okay. So this is the pecan satay. And we did this because, you can't have peanuts. So we did the pecan. So I'm just going to put this on here. And he seasoned these ribs. Oh, my gosh. With that spice mix he did. Y'all, this looks so good.
It was actually almost 5-6 years ago.
Oh.
When we went to that one Asian restaurant, and the chef gave us a bag of the Szechuan peppers. They were whole peppers.
Yeah, we went to a Chinese restaurant, authentic. There's a part in Houston. Houston's. What did somebody tell us? It's like the most diverse food scene there is.
Because in Houston or Texas, honestly, all the street signs, like right now in our neighborhood, the little street signs are all green, right? Well, in Asian town,
all right,
or they call it Chinatown, but it's all of Asian.
All of Asia?
Yeah, that's what they just all intermingle with each other. They have the green signs, then right below that, they're also in blue and whatever ethnicity or whatever language they need it to be in, so they can read their local language.
Right. So it'll have the Chinese
and then we used to be I still am in several food groups on Facebook, and actually the guy that we get our HotLine pepper products for, he runs most of those groups, and we were friends with another guy too, and they would give us invites to store openings or restaurant openings so we could be one of the first ones to test the menu beforehand, and this was one of those.
Yeah, so we went to this restaurant we found out because we were like, we wanted authentic Szechuan Chinese food.
I know, but I thought it was one of those groups we found it.
I mean, somebody might have recommended it, but it wasn't an opening.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, okay, that's glazed.
Okay, so now I'm gonna finish the story. I'm gonna put it over there. I'm gonna pan down for them so they can see it.
Looks so freaking good. Okay, So we wanted authentic because, China is a huge freaking country, y'all. And so a lot of times when you think, oh, I'm getting Chinese food, it's typically very much Americanized. Perfect. And then a lot of times it's just a specific region of Chinese food, and it's not going to have, really authentic, different regions. So we had heard, Szechuan part has some really good stuff. And so we were like, okay, let's go try it. So this restaurant, that was where they were from. Like, all of the staff, except for the owner, only spoke Chinese. And so when we went there, and a very, very nice owner and everything, and I was telling him, oh, we love spicy food, because there was the dish that we went for. I forget the name, y'all, but it's chicken with 400 peppers. I forget. Somebody tell me what it is. But that's what we were going for. But we did, of course, try 500 dishes, right? Because they're like, oh, you need to try this. You need to try this. Try this. Try this. And we were so in love with all of it. The guy gave us a package of Szechuan peppercorns directly from China. He was like, oh, here, since you love to cook, here, take my Szechuan and have fun with, creating stuff with it. And so I have, and I'm kind of addicted, because if you've ever had Szechuan, it will actually kind of numb your mouth. And so I absolutely love that.
Okay. So I put those back on the pit and got scared. I almost broke them, because I have a giant set of tongs out there. I leave outside for this. Mm-hmm. And when I went to pick them up, they kind of started bending.
Wow.
So I just had to work quick. And there's a lot of juice left over in those. So I'm going to save that and put them back on here.
Oh, okay.
We might not even use the plates. We might just eat off of that.
I put them in me.
So I'm going to set the timer for an hour.
Okay. Check your messages. Your video freezing every few seconds now. Audio stays clear. Okay. Let's see here. I wonder if it's freezing because Heath was doing.
Or moving it.
We're moving it. Was that when it was freezing, Renee? Let me know. Okay. I probably shouldn't be licking this out, but it was so freaking good.
Especially when we're inviting people over for dinner.
Not tonight. Okay. Jackie said, I've been trying to catch a video or two every day of all the channels. I watch them all the way through, even your long ones.
Thank you. But what we did, y'all, we actually turned off our cable, and we would just watch YouTube. We have our regular lives we reach, we tune in for when during the week when everybody goes live. And then we spend the rest of the evenings or the weekends catching up on everybody else's videos.
Yeah.
Or recording our own.
Right. Or what I do a lot of times is at work, I have my personal computer in the same room, and I just go through and play everybody's stuff because I can mute it, which doesn't have an impact, right? So you still get your views and your likes, and then it's actually, I have a different screen name, so then you got another subscriber. Jackie said, we'll probably be in by 3 p.m. on Friday.
Perfect.
That should work.
That's perfect, too, because she gets off work at 4:30.
Yeah, okay. S. Wilson said, what kind of fat fast did you do, Shelly? Well, let me get into that.
Okay, you know what, though? This fan's going to go on. I'm hot.
Let me pull this back, because now, it's stuck. There we go. That's good. That's good. Get my little cauldron. Okay. So a fat fast. So last Thursday, so not this Thursday, the Thursday before, I've been stalled for over a year, y'all. I've actually slowly would gain weight. And I would have periods where I would gain and then I would lose. And then I'd gain and then I'd lose. And then I'd gain and then I'd lose. But overall, the trending pattern was kind of going up, right? And it's just been frustrating because I feel like I stick pretty much to it, other than that's why at one point, if you follow the channel, my coach and her program, Samantha, has where if you meet your macros every week, like at least 6 out of 7, if you do that 4 weeks in a row, then you can have one meal where you go off plan. Well, I've never done that. Going on 4 years of keto, I stuck to keto. That was it. Like, because again, I'm very type A. Like, I go to the book on things. And so my coach, seeing all this and being strict, we've tried. I was carnivore for over a year, and that's really where I started gaining weight. And then so like I lost 100 pounds, and then I started gaining when I was carnivore for over a year. And if you're in the zero carb or carnivore groups, they're like, it's okay. It's common to gain weight. And I'm just like, oh, they're like, stick it through. After 6 months or so, you'll start seeing it. And I didn't. And then so with my coach, I was still on that very much the mentality of protein first. That was honestly my mentality. Got to get your protein. Protein's the most important thing in the world. You got to have enough protein. And so I can put back food. Like, I can eat. So, I mean, it's nothing for me to eat a 20-ounce ribeye, pork belly, and Brussels on the side. Like, I could do that. And that wouldn't be my one meal a day. Like, I can eat still 3 meals, and I out-eat him all the time.
Uh-huh.
So, that's what I was doing. And so my coach was like, okay, we'll try at first she had me do traditional keto on my first cut with her. And I did lose weight. Like, it was rather successful, but I was just like, I don't know. I just feel like, I guess it wasn't successful enough to me. I was like, I just feel like I should have higher protein than this. And so she's like, okay, we'll try it. Nope, that didn't work. And so we tried all kinds of things. And finally she was like, well, maybe you're just too strict. Try doing off plan. And so I would do that, right? I did 3 times. 3 times. It was 3.
I know, but you really weren't that far off.
Oh, well, like, because the first time we went off plan, I had steak and a side of potato.
And she had a baked potato. Or
no, they were fingerling potatoes.
Which there's like, maybe they gave her 12. And she maybe ate 4 of them.
Right.
She's like, it's just unappetizing. I don't want it.
Yeah, they didn't taste good. So I was like, okay, well, that didn't seem to really work either. And I finally, after the 3rd time, I said, look, I just feel like for me, it just didn't, I don't feel the need for it. Like, I really don't feel the need to eat this other stuff. And I said, I don't feel like it's really beneficial for me in the long term. So she's like, okay, well, that's what you learn. That's why we do this. So you figure out what works for you. Okay. So then still trekking around. So the last cut, she was like, okay, let's do it this way where you have a higher fat. She's like, just bear with me. Let's try this time where you're getting 75 to 80% fat. And I had started off doing that, and I said, you know what? I'm just freaking tired of tracking. I've just been doing it for nearly 4 freaking years.
Amen.
I'm tired of tracking. And she's like, okay, well, just eat what you eat, and we'll just play things along. So we have, and honestly, I haven't tracked for like 3 months now. Just been eating what I felt like eating, all keto.
And it made it a lot easier, too, when we're on vacation and everything, going to KPL and everything, right?
Right. And so didn't worry about anything, but my weight has not changed. And so finally I was like, look, I am just freaking
done.
I'm just tired. Like, what is going on? And when I had my labs done last year, everything came out perfect. I even had Dr. Barry, and he said, no, it all looks great. And so I was like, what's going on? And she's like, okay, well, you need to get your labs done again because it's been a year. She goes, let's try this fat fast. If this fat fast does not work, then yeah, there's something metabolically going on that you need to see a doctor with. So I was like, okay, well, let's hope that's not it. So what a fat fast is you want to eat at first you're going to be reduced in calories, right? Then you want to eat 85, at minimum of 85 to 90% fat. The higher the fat, the better. Basically zero carb, and then the rest in protein. I was like, okay. And so that's what I did. So, it's like if you take a regular fast, you're not eating anything, or if you do, I guess it's like the PSMF stuff fast, but that's only 500 calories. Like I was eating a lot more than that. But what it is you're very high protein. So I was actually averaging 95% protein. I started last Saturday, and I ended up doing it for, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 5 full days. Starting yesterday, I'm just slowly incrementing back up because just like with any fast, you might lose a lot, but if you go right off of it, you'll probably gain about half of it back. So we're trying to prevent me gaining anything back. So we're just slowly going up each day, but keeping the fat macro between 90 and 95%. So in the time, so when I weighed today, this morning, I've lost like 10.4 pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you measured too, or just?
I measured. I did lose a little bit in my lower belly, it was only like half an inch, but still. So she said, well, because you didn't really lose much inches and it's all the other, that probably means you had some inflammation going on, whatever. But yeah, so, that's a huge weight loss in less than a week, right? But again, it's just like a fast. So if you were to go on any type of fast, like a water fast or something for 5-6 days, you're going to see dramatic weight loss. But guess what? It's not permanent, because as soon as you start eating, you will still gain some of that back.
Because like last night, you were going to have the Brussels with me, and she told you to slow down and wait to bring them back in because it's going to probably cause that to you. Right.
So with that said, I know this really detailed, and please, if you have many more questions, post the question now. So with the fat fast, what I like, because I have done a long fast, like a water fast for 6 days, it's like 192 hours or something, I forget, but it was 6 days, and probably a lot of you have done a water fast before, or even, even if you drink coffee during it, but, basically no food at all, just water or coffee. What I liked about it is I was still eating and still getting, I felt like enough fat to help me. I stayed very energetic. Like on Sunday, I was deep cleaning the house.
Oh, yeah.
I felt very alert at work. And just
you told her all this too, right?
Yeah. Just having plenty of energy all week long. And then what I found was easiest way of doing it, because I was like at first, well, maybe I'll just split it between 2 meals. No, it was easier just to OMAD. So what I would do is I would have my coffee in the morning. So I generally have 2 cups of coffee, but it's my 20-ounce mug. I would have 2 cups of coffee, and in the 2 cups of coffee, I would put, I think it was like 3 or 4 tablespoons of coconut oil. And that's what I would drink on in the morning. Right.
Okay.
That was a long time ago.
Okay.
But that's what I would drink on, all morning, and then water the rest of the day. And then at night, I would have my meal, and my meal was 4 of the Kirkland's red bacon, the red label bacon, and 1 whole egg plus 1 egg yolk, and then a whole bunch of mayo and butter. And that was my dinner. And yeah, I'm going to be honest, there were times where I was like, oh, I'm getting really hungry, especially when I'm cooking his food.
Or watching me eat it.
Or watching you eat it, and I'm already done. Or eating at lunch, he'd be eating, and I'm just like, oh. But overall, I was like, okay, no, you need to do this, and made it through. So like yesterday, I did a little bit more. So last night, originally I was going to have Brussels sprouts and pork belly because I've been making it for him all week, and it just looks so freaking good.
It's her dish. She made it anyways.
I know, and I was like,
she's so good at it.
It's so good, and like I was getting the perfect on the Brussels sprouts. Like,
yes, they were.
They were just so good, and I'm like, oh. So I was gonna have
it's like torture.
I know, and I told my coach, and she's all like, "Look, Brussels is
carnivorous? No, not carnivorous.
Cruciferous.
Yes, that's the word.
Vegetables, so they have a tendency to cause bloat or gas." And she's like, "So I would suggest holding off on that." She goes, "Just really introduce a little more protein, and of course, still keeping the 90%."
Like, well, I was putting pork belly with it.
I know. So I had the pork belly last night. I did cut up a jalapeno because, come on, and a few mushrooms, and then of course served with all of the fat from the pork belly and some more mayo for dipping. And that was my dinner last night. So it was a little more sustenance than I had been having
substantial
the last 5 days. Yeah.
And it looked good.
Yeah, it was good. And then tonight, of course, we're having the ribs. So I haven't eaten all day long. And tonight we're going to have some of the ribs. And so I factored in the sauce and everything. So it's made with pecan butter, which is fattening. And then plus we put butter on our ribs. So yeah, that's it. So that's the plan. Just have a little more today, a little more basically tomorrow. Just kind of like a reversing out of the fast, right? Just doing a little slower each day and just seeing how it goes. And but that's it. So let me know if you have more questions. Jerry said, nuclear HungryHeath pumpkin spicy sausage soup with Texas 5 spice. Now that sounds amazing.
You know what we could do? Do the Cooper Inferno in it.
That's right. Patty's here. Hey, Patty. She says, is there anything near the hotel that's fun to do? We might be there a few hours before the dinner and need to kill a little time.
The only thing I know of, there's a water park around the corner from us, but I don't know the hours on it.
Right. There is a water park.
There's a driving range for if you like golf, you can just go hit the ball.
When you say near the hotel, like where is your distance?
Yeah.
Because the hotel is located right by the airport. So by the airport, honestly, no, there's nothing right by, there's nothing you could walk to. Let me put that away.
It's the two main intersections on that is going to be 45 and the Beltway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Beltway 8.
Here's the thing too. If nobody's ever been to Houston, Houston is a driving city. We are not a walking city.
It's very, what do they call it, the urban sprawl.
Right. So expect to drive to get anywhere. Of course, we do have Uber and Lyft and all that. I would say if you're, depending on what you're wanting to do, not too far, so about 15 or so minutes, there is Old Town Spring.
That is pretty nice too.
So that's our Old Town. That's where I live, right by Old Town Spring. But it's basically our railroad town from the 1800s. So we still have, of course, the railroads. And so there's lots of old shops. They actually do ghost tours.
Can't you actually just park? There's like one main parking, and then you can walk the whole little city block or whatever.
Yeah, there's several parking lots. But you can park there or Uber there. But there's all kinds of shops, all kinds of eateries. Like I give you recommendations on where to eat. Of course, there's bars and stuff. But tons of stuff to shop. There's a really nice coffee shop there that's real cool to hang out at. So there's that. There's the water park like he talked about. Trying to think what else would be open on a Saturday
Right
night.
up the road from that water park was a food truck park. They closed.
Well, just let's leave it to what.
Well, I'm trying to think of anything else there is.
And then plus there's the dinner, so they're probably not going to want to go eat something for the dinner that night. So all of the good museums are downtown Houston. So that's going to be about 25 minutes from the hotel.
At least. Depending on the time you leave also, though.
Well, and it'll be a Saturday, so it should be slower. Now, there is one in the spring area. It's actually, might be a little morbid to some people, but it's a mortuary museum.
Oh, wow.
So you can go, I actually went there on a school trip. And so you go learn all about all the mortuary history.
Well, there's also, I don't know if it'll work right for them when they're here. There's that one concert venue there in the Woodlands. We've gone there. It's that old barn. Do you think
that's but that's not going to be during the day.
Yeah, that's true too.
And then, of course, there's the Woodlands Mall, which is really nice because it's got the waterway, so you can get on a water taxi and go around the waterway, and they've got shops and of course the mall. But we're probably will put out a video of here's some things to do in Houston and kind of give y'all approximate times to do all of that kind of stuff.
Probably need to put a picture of the map too, as to show them like where.
Yes. Purple Love and Nana said, my idea of a recipe: 5-pound stew, beef, stick of butter, Redmond salt, all in a crock pot and done.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Set it and forget
it. Oh, Bluegrass Girl said it's impossible to get harissa there. That sucks. Oh, Brian's here. BSM. He said, is it freezing or just me?
It's just you. It's actually starting to warm up. I actually had to turn the fan on, brother.
He's saying the video. Just the video keeps freezing. Hopefully it got, let me see. Benson's video, but happening more. Let's see. So it's still happening, Renee? Okay. See, that says fully connected.
And we usually reboot the computer first. We reboot my phone and turn off all the notifications on my phone as well. So we're trying to streamline it. We're just running the computer or the feed.
See. Ooh, that looks awful. Okay, let me try.
That's just me.
Okay, let me try that and see if that helps any. So y'all let us know. Yeah, that's weird. Don says, please don't encourage Mike. He's not with me. He's at home and I'm on the road. Okay. Bluegrass Girl said, there are multiple layers of onion skin, though, but it's okay. Well, no, this was the outer, like that papery part that you usually get rid of. Like, I will say after you peel the paper off, where they put the sticker and all that, yeah, I'll use that other layer, but this was the paper layer. Haley's here. Hey. She goes, hi, y'all. Sorry I'm late. You're just in time.
You're fine. We're still cooking.
Don says, I don't cook, so I'd love to have an exact recipe. Right? That makes a difference. But sound is good. And we aren't getting the cat. Yeah, you're not getting the cat. I just don't know why.
Is it just random freezes?
I don't know. We'll see if that helps any, because I restarted the one thing. You can come spend the night.
Huh?
I don't know. She says no, ma'am. Well, it takes about a minute when I redo it before it reaches y'all. Okay. Jerry said, Kroger Albertson Safeway deal is pending regulatory approval.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. Jessica's here. Hey, Jessica.
Hey.
Hey, y'all.
Howdy.
Casket said the freezing moments are cracking her up.
Oh, wow.
Jackie said, I can screenshot. I'm on my phone. Oh, let's not do that. Jennifer said, I kept asking my daughter for her number when she was a teenager. Oh, no. She actually gave him the mayor's phone number.
Nice.
That is hilarious.
That's awesome. That's next
hilarious.
level. That's next level. I like that.
Sabrina said, I'm going to have to sign off now.
Oh, good night.
I really need need to do some prepping in the kitchen for the weekend, even though I'm not wanting to. I get that.
Sometimes, y'all, I feel like I work harder on Fridays than I do a whole work week.
Right?
Getting
Rennie said,
prepped for
Keto
this.
said, ribs look great. Oh,
Thank
you.
you.
Oh, Dawn said she just watched the Kebab It video.
Nice. That was actually a hand-me-down from my grandmother. And we've only used it, what, twice?
Right? Haley said, I don't have to cook tonight. My husband wants to. Wow, that's nice.
Nice.
I am making a keto cheesecake for dessert, though.
Nice.
Ooh, what flavor? Casket said, I stuffed mine with goat cheese and old folks bulk sausage and topped with fresh grated parm. Ooh, that sounds good.
Wow.
Jackie said, Southern sweet tea is the only tea.
Otherwise,
it's
just dirty water.
We were trying to figure that out watching your videos. We were like, where's she at? Hoovenit said, there's only one way you would know a Southern tea tastes like dirty water. That's right. How else would you know if it tastes like dirty water?
Because there's no sweetener in it.
But so
it's brown water.
So you've had dirty water.
Yes. I'm from Texas. Of course I have.
Okay, so Jerry said it's like saute. But then that sounds saute. But then that sounds like the other saute. Oh yeah. Jamie said, yeah, big Korean population here too. Shauna said, finally.
Oh?
She's finally sitting down.
Oh. Well, could you hand me this? No, I'm saying.
She goes, cheesy might need to be in the title though. Oh, here we go. Wow, I'm behind. Lisa said, I love the numbness of Szechuan peppercorn.
That was the one it was, yeah.
Oh, and then Renee said, I canceled my cable a couple months ago too. Don't need it with all my other apps. Yeah. Yes. Oh, Susan says she puts the playlist on 2x speed on mute. Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, because that last time when Dr. Barry,
Oh, go ahead.
Whenever he had that fire.
Yeah.
And he was trying to raise, or, I saw where 80 Keto was doing that. And he set up a playlist to watch all of Dr. Barry's videos to help him raise more money.
Yeah.
I was like, well, that's pretty smart.
You want to get the pizza?
Okay.
We got pizza delivered to us today.
I hope it's warm. It's been sitting out in here.
Look, doesn't this look like a pizza box, y'all? This is
keto.
Amazing. I'm so stoked, y'all.
Yes.
I am so stoked. Thank you so much. This is from Airfront Auntie, Shauna, because she posted where she was going. See, this is the danger when she posts, oh, I'm at a crafting retreat, and she showed what everybody was making, and I was all like, I want that. And so then she actually made me one, y'all. Look, and it hangs. It's a wreath. Oh, and it says made with love by Shauna on the back. But look, isn't this adorable? Look at this wreath, y'all. It's all paper and it sparkles and it's shiny and he says boo and he's got a tombstone and he's a skeleton. I'm just so happy. Okay, and then you're gonna hang it up for me?
Yes.
I'm so happy. Thank you, Shauna. You're the best. You're so amazing. I'm so excited. So he's going to hang it up right now. Oh.
You dig?
Yeah. Okay. There's something else in here, but that's something else. Thank you.
For another day.
Thank you, Shauna.
I'll put it over here in the rest of the pizza.
I love it. I'm going to have to find a permanent place because I feel like that is too adorable.
Right about right there on the door.
Huh?
On the door.
Yeah.
Why not hang it there?
Then I couldn't look out when I need to.
Look, we have another door right beside it. We never look out.
Oh, no, I do sometimes. But yes, I'll have to find a permanent place.
I've seen some people where they decorate and put pictures of them on their cabinets too.
That's definitely something that I think should be in my year-round decor. Jennifer said she hasn't watched TV this year.
Wow.
That's awesome. Elise said we haven't had cable in 4 years, just streaming services and YouTube.
Well, whenever we got the fiber network internet, they actually gave us HBO Max for free.
Yeah.
So I can just tune in and watch it online.
Casket said apps combined still cheaper than cable.
Yep.
Right?
And it's still on demand too. That's what I like.
Jackie said I was looking into that, but hadn't settled on a recipe. Oh, nice. Shauna said, if I throw peanuts in my Instant Pot cracked chicken, does it become Thai?
Well, you're in America, so yes.
Sure. Casket said, so dang proud of my cuz. Oh, why? Because I did the fast?
Uh-huh.
Dawn said, I'm the same way. I can out-eat Mike any day of the week.
Wow.
Yeah, I was telling my coach, I said, really, I think in my younger days, I probably, if I'd known, I could have been one of those professional contest eaters. I could do that. And, but you do have to train for it. But I think if I had the proper training, I would have nailed that. But even as a kid, I had a huge, because I remember as a kid complaining when I got the kids menu, because I was like, oh, it's never enough food.
Speaking of kids menu,
how
you were telling me about the Happy Meal.
Yes. Has anybody gone to McDonald's and gotten the Halloween buckets yet? We might go tomorrow, because I saw today so last week everybody was getting the ghost. Somebody today got the witch one. So I don't know. Anybody else gotten it? But anyways, even as a kid, I hated getting the kids' meal because it was not enough to fill me. I'm sure I had some kind of, I was overweight and metabolically unfit. And, kids' meals are basically 90% carbs. But yeah, I've always just big appetite.
And with the side dishes, weren't they always French fries and mac and cheese?
Yeah, probably. But I do notice that I really feel like for me, and this is just my working hypothesis, okay? My working hypothesis is that if somebody is very metabolically unfit or has an autoimmune disease, I really think they do better at higher fat. And I'm talking not 75%, I'm talking 85% fat, maybe more. That's my theory, right? I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. Ain't any of that stuff. I'm just Shelly that works for a bank. That's it. But that's my experience. And I think what happened when I did carnivore, I think the reason I gained is I was not eating enough fat, that it was mostly protein. And so my body's probably like, oh, well, you're not giving us any energy, so we're just going to store it. Because Dana Spencer, she cited sources. She's never been keto, right? She's only been carnivore for over a decade. She cited sources that basically if you're eating under 65% fat, you're going into starvation mode. And that she says in zero carb and all of that, if anybody follows Kelly Hogan, she even did a video on it recently. She says, we never recommend anybody have low or moderate fat. She goes, even if you're carnivore, it should still be high fat. She goes, we always recommend people start at least 80% fat when they start. She goes, now, when you get to goal weight, and this again is part of my working hypothesis, she goes, yeah, after I was carnivore for 4 or 5 years, she goes, I backed off the 80% and got down to about 75%. And that's where I basically land now. And she's like model fitness, right? So I know with my problem, even on carnivore, I was eating ribeyes. I was eating the fatty meat, but that wasn't enough fat. I should have been adding 4 tablespoons of butter to my steak because it just was not enough fat for me. And That's what I've noticed. That's my theory. And apparently eating this high fat, that's helped. So we're going to see going forward. I'm going to shoot between 85 to 90% fat going forward. And the other lesson I learned, and this might be controversial, I find I should be putting fat first. So my mindset for the last 2.5 years has been protein first. I'm finding, no, it should be fat first. Get my fat, then get my protein, and last carbs.
Well, isn't that what I've said before, though? Then that's what classic keto is.
Right.
It's high fat, low carb.
Yeah. And moderate protein. So it's...
Because that's your fuel source.
Right. And so I just think my body's just been like, oh, because again, when I first started keto, like the weight dropped off. But again, I was doing traditional keto. And then I just got suckered into all of this.
All the fads.
Right. And people didn't really explain. Like when I went carnivore, they were like, yeah, eat as much meat as you want. They didn't say, oh, but you need to still be getting 80% fat. Like nobody said that. I guess I didn't research. And I was like, oh, I'm getting enough fat because you didn't have to track. And since you're not tracking, you're like, oh, well, I'm eating a fatty ribeye, so that should be enough fat, right?
So that's also about the same time you realize, though, the chicken wasn't satiating for you unless you ate wings.
Right.
Because it's so dry. I mean, so lean. So it started putting the pieces together for you then, but...
Yeah. Shauna said, I don't understand how going off plan is supposed to help. Well, what her theory is, so again, my coach, Samantha, she very much is closer to the Atkins way of thinking. So like the fat fast was actually something that Dr. Atkins would put in place for any of his people that stalled out. So it isn't something that you do. If you're losing weight, if you're losing inches, don't do a fast. You don't need to do that. This is like if you truly have stalled out, and I guess I should have said that at the beginning, but if you truly stalled out, you're not losing inches, you're not losing weight, right? And that was my particular thing. Like my inches had not changed. My weight had not changed. Well, actually it went up a little bit. And I was eating virtually the same things all the time. So that's why she initiated that. So yeah, she likes Dr. Atkins. That's how she lost her weight, was following the Atkins plan. And so in her mind, and I never read Atkins' book, so I don't know. But in her mind, she's like, okay, this is how she explained to me. Because again, I was like, why do I need to go off plan? She said, okay, the reason she says go off plan, 2 reasons. One, for some people who are brand new to keto and stuff, having that mindset of, hey, if I stick strictly to keto for basically 4 weeks, then I can have one meal with that one thing I just have to have, right? So yeah, 4 weeks of solid keto, and then one meal, not a whole day, one meal of eating whatever it is that you were like, I just could never give it up. Okay, I'm going to stay strict because I know I can have that item on this date, right? So that's one reason she does it, because she does get a lot of people who are brand new to keto. And then the other thing is she says, okay, real life happens, right? Like she's very metabolically fit, so it's okay for her. And you'll see this in a lot of other people who are metabolically fit will go out and have French fries or ice cream or whatever else once in a while, right? They don't do it every day. They don't do it every month, but they will eventually do it. So she's like, you know what? If you live life, hey, you go on trips, you go to parties, you go to family and stuff. There might be something there that's off plan that you really want. So sometimes you can almost sabotage yourself by being like, oh, I'm never going to have it. And then that just floats in your mind, right? So she's like, so just kind of go off, see what happens, see how your body responds as well. Was also what she was looking at is how would my body respond if I ate something very carby? And then go from there and reevaluate, which is what I learned. I was like, okay, no, it's not for me.
Because that one time we went to the one bakery we used to love going to. We ate it and we're like, what is this garbage?
Why were we ever enthralled with this?
Yeah. So it definitely helped me. I felt like I'm nowhere near being metabolically healthy enough to even attempt that. Maybe one day, if I look like Bronson or these other people, and I'm like, you know what, maybe I will have this on the cruise ship. Maybe so. But so right now, I'm like, no, I don't think that helped me in any way. And then two, I learned I'm not missing anything that I thought maybe I was missing. Jackie said, going off plan worked for me. I'm sad, probably because I restricted fat and calories so much my body went, oh my God, yes, more of that. But then I'd start binging again.
Right.
Right. And that can happen too. And that was something also that you learn from it, like on her plan. Okay, if you do go off plan, because I always felt like I was an abstainer. But when I went off plan, I didn't go all crazy binging. So I felt like, you know what? I learned about myself that I have been keto long enough that now I'm really a moderator if it came to that. So if there was where I was like, say we traveled to France and I wanted to have a French croissant, I know I wouldn't binge then. I could have the one and be okay with it. Because, I mean, to me, this is my lifetime eating, and I expect to be alive for at least 40 more years.
Please.
So, I mean, in 40 years, you can't say, oh, in 40 years, I'll never have something off plan. I just don't think that's a practical answer. I think, yeah, in 40 years, that might happen. You know, sometime in the rest of my life, I might have something that isn't considered keto. And it's not going to be the end of the world. How will I handle that? And how would I move forward? Right. And so that's kind of what the coach, what she teaches is, okay, if you do that, how do you handle it? And what do you do going forward? And so you learn that for life, right? You learn how to handle that. And that's part of her coaching program, is to help you figure those things out, not only, you know, keto, but also a lot of the mental aspects of it she helps with. And honestly, y'all, before I got my coach, I was always like, why do people need coaches? That seems silly. Like, just do what you're supposed to do. And now that I've had a coach, I'm like, oh, I get it. It's not just, oh, here's how you do keto. It's, no, look, I'm here to support you. Tell me your thoughts. I guess kind of like a therapist.
It's what it sounds like.
Tell me your thoughts. Let's work through this together. Let's talk this through. And it's just kind of nice to have a sounding board where you can be like, okay, like yesterday when I was like, well, you know, I'll have some Brussels sprouts because I've been wanting it all week, and, you know, the pork belly, and I'll still have, it was like 94% fat for the day. And she was like, let's just wait. And then we talked it over, and I was like, okay, that makes
Slow
sense.
down, Turbo.
That makes sense. I'll just wait. So it's like you get that kind of, it's nice to have, like, what I really like about her program is every week we have a call where we get to call and we all talk, and she answers any questions that you have, anything that's going on, right? And then every Thursday we check in and we talk we go over what happened for the week. Hey, this is what happened. This is how I'm feeling. Like, you tell, what was your NSV for the week? So every week I have to like reevaluate what's going on and how are things going, right? And really consider that and measure everything. So it's not just getting on the scale. We measure, I think it's like 5 different points. And then you have all of that data. So since I've had the coach, we can look back and say, oh yeah, this is what happened when you did this. So like we've done an experiment where I didn't have any sweetener for a month. That didn't make any difference for me. We had one, y'all might have remembered, where I was dairy free for like 2 months. And now I've introduced dairy back in, and I don't think it's really made much of a difference.
Does it say 18 minutes?
17, yeah.
Okay.
Stacy said, I can eat a lot also, and considering I had roux in India in 2004, eating a lot shouldn't be possible, but I never had restriction or lost until I started keto in 2019. Wow. I feel ya. Jackie said, the road is more important than the road. Stay safe, right? Lisa said, what did you meals look like on a fat fast? I hope I answered that, but it was basically one meal, and it was what I would do. So the bacon, it was 4 of that thin, I consider it thin cut bacon. It's the red label Costco bacon. I would get 4 slices and I would cut it into thirds or fourths, depending on how I felt for the day. And then I would fry all the bacon up. And then with all of that bacon grease in my skillet, then I would add, in a bowl, I would do 1 whole egg and 1 egg yolk, whisk that up, pour it into the bacon fat, and whisk that all together because I wanted all of that fat, right? That's the most important thing. Whisk that all together. And then I would serve up, like the bacon was basically like bacon chips. And then I'd have my scrambled egg. And then I would either put in, one day I whipped the butter in with the bacon grease and the eggs. Another time what I did was I just cooked or just had another cup of coffee and added the butter to the coffee, so my evening coffee. And then I would have a side of 4 tablespoons of mayo, and that was what I dipped the bacon in and the egg. That was my dinner all 5 nights. Okay. Bluegrass Girl said PSMF is 10 grams of fat. Yeah, I was trying to say, basically just the calorie restriction. So it was a lot less calories. I don't really like counting calories, but if you're going to get into it, it was like 1,276 calories is what it ended up being on a daily basis for 5 days. That's why it's just temporary. Like, when Samantha put out like her fat fast, she says she recommends 3 to 5 days at the most for her people. We actually started with, I was just going to do a 3-day one. Well, at the end on Tuesday when we had our talk, I said, I'm feeling so freaking good. I'm fine. Can I go ahead and do a full 5 days? Well, I guess I asked her. Anyways, I asked her before the end of the 3-day, and I said, I'm just feeling so good. Why don't we push it to 5 days? I think I could do this for 5 days. And she's like, okay, do it. Let's see. And so, again, that's why I like having her as a coach, because that's somebody I can talk to and think things out, because sometimes my thinking could be completely off, and she's there to kind of like double check me. Maitreya said, wow, what a cool experiment. I'm really thrilled because, again, I feel like it's telling me, okay, you obviously have inflammation and other stuff. You're not metabolically fit right now, but you're not so unhealthy that you need to go get a doctor and get tons of tests done to see what's making things off, right? So it's like my body will respond. I'm just not getting enough fat for it to respond. Thank you, Stacey. Well, that's great. Reichwood said, fantastic. Shauna said, please don't say sardine fast. Oh, no, ma'am.
Nope.
No, ma'am. That's one thing. I was like, no, I'm not going to eat sardines. BSM said, great job, Shelly. I know this is something we talked about off camera when I was there last. Let me know what works for you, and I'll try it as well. Wow, Brian.
Step away for a second.
Oh, uh-oh. But again, I would say though, if you're doing well on what you're currently doing, this is something. If things are not working, this is what you try. Wow, Casket said, nah, Shauna, you get an egg fast. That's so wrong. Maitreya said, this is great. I'm planning on talking about reintroduction from BB&E. Oh, that'll be an interesting video. That's awesome. Because I do feel like a lot of times when people talk about fast and BB&E and so forth, they don't really talk about like what you do when that's done. Like, oh, okay, you just go back to keto? Or like I do know when I did the long fast, they were like, oh, just be very careful when you break your fast. Don't just have some bone broth and slowly break your fast. But then what do you do for the days after? You just go right back. So I was like, I think this is good because it's taught me, okay, 10 pounds is awesome, but I really don't want to gain 5 of those back, y'all. So we're trying to do it slow enough that hopefully I don't end up gaining any of that back and maybe even keep kind of losing, right? So we're just slowly increasing each day back to like where I was on my intake, but still keeping the fat really high. So stay tuned. We'll see how this keeps going. But I do have to say, I'm really, really excited because it's just really nice to finally see the freaking scale move, y'all. Sharon said, nope, although more likely to eat an egg than a sardine. Yes, ma'am. Have you tried the boneless, skinless? No, they're not good.
What? The boneless, skinless what?
Sardines.
No.
Oh, Shauna said, what are we making tonight? We're making smoked ribs. A mess?
Yeah.
Oh, Reichman said they had sardines for supper tonight with chili peppers.
On purpose?
After hearing last night's talk on 2KK, I got to wanting to eat them. Well,
Did you lose a bet?
Well, no, everybody likes what they like. I mean, we can't say that because we love spicy food, and there's a lot of people who don't.
What's wrong with them?
Nothing. So that's great. This is what I said last night. Not sure they really got it, but I said, you know what? If you love something, go ahead, eat it. Nothing against that. Enjoy what food you love. But when I hear people who are like, oh, now I'm going to have to force myself to eat that. No,
Why?
No, if you don't like something, especially on keto, because again, we're already limited enough, right? There's things that, we stay away from. Don't feel like, oh, I have to force myself to eat this because everybody else is, right? Now, again, if you've never tried sardines, go ahead, try it. Who knows? Maybe you'll like it. But otherwise, if you tried something and you're like, I know I didn't like that, don't ever feel like no matter what, oh, I've got to force myself because that's the trend right now. Like, no, if you don't like something, there's plenty of other options out there. Like a steak is really healthy. So it's okay. You can have the steak. You don't have to eat the sardines.
They're always telling us that we need to eat liver. I cannot stand the way it tastes. So my workaround is I take a liver pill.
Right. But again, I don't think you need to eat liver.
Right.
And there's plenty of people who are actually carnivore who never eat liver.
Right.
Never eat liver. So again, you don't have to force yourself to eat something you don't actually like.
Life's too short for all that.
Right. Shauna hates boiled eggs. If there was like all of a sudden everybody's like, oh, you got to eat boiled eggs for the next 5 days. Do you think Shauna would do that? No, she'd be like, no, I'm going to enjoy my keto chow.
Uh-huh. She's like, y'all have fun.
Right. Renee said, Shelly, what happened to your Shelly's Kitchen sign?
That we took it down so we can put up the thing. It's seasonal.
That's right. Jackie said, watching the Connors and Dan ate 3 edibles. We haven't watched that forever.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That was a good show. When you get caught up, what season are they on right now? Because we're probably about 2 behind, I think.
I think so. Brian said, wonder what I can use to my coffee to give the appearance of cream, but no carbs or fat, so I continue my fast. I cannot do black coffee.
Eggs?
Well, Ace has got
carbs.
I mean, honestly, to me, it is debatable, right? Some people say a fast is okay if you have some fat in there, like up to a certain gram. So you can add, like I would say, some coconut oil, and if you put it in the blender, it'll have the appearance of cream. I like the coconut oil versus like butter. or heavy cream because the coconut does give a slight coconut flavor. But it's just going to be up to you as far as how stringent you want to be. Like if you're like, oh, I have to do a complete water fast or black coffee only, then yeah, you're going to have to suck it up and drink black coffee if you have to have coffee.
Well, like my one buddy, remember? He's trying to do keto.
Mm-hmm.
He loathes coffee more than I do.
Yeah.
So he thought he had to drink the bulletproof coffee. I'm like, no, bro, you don't have to drink that. You can be keto without drinking it.
Right. But if you're truly like, oh, I have to do this fast, then yeah, you're going to have to suck it up and drink black coffee. If you want to still get pretty much the benefits of a fast, it's okay to add a little coconut oil or butter to your coffee, and that'll give the cream-like taste and feel. The thing you want to avoid is any protein. So leave out protein. Okay, Shauna said, Renee, are you coming over to hang out before the cruise? She better. Let's see. I
think the biggest thing is hard for her to get off of work.
Jackie said, if you don't want carbs or fat, protein's the only other option. Yeah, and protein will break a fast. Casket said, when do y'all head out for the cruise? Day of the week. We leave on Sunday, but you remember we're having the Friday night feast, so I thought you were going to be here for that. Dawn says, Heath, you were so much smaller than the video I watched today. It was the one where Stephanie and Jim came to your hotel and you guys did the kebab it.
Oh, wow. That was, how long ago was that? That was a little over a year ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank you.
Shonda said she's going to be here on Wednesday. Oh, that'll be fun. Let's see. Reichman said it's freezing, but it sounds good, and we aren't getting the cat. Oh, good. Renee said maybe could come spend a night or so, but we'll have to bring pups, and don't know how many are already staying at HungryHeath. Just Shauna is staying with us.
Okay.
So,
we are in the process of acquiring another bed.
Yeah, so we hope by next June that it might just be a twin, but we'll have a bed for you to sleep in.
You'll have to use my office. But then again, you know what? If she's going to stay while we're gone, she can just sleep on our bed.
No, this is before the cruise.
Before. My bad. Yeah. Because she had also volunteered at one time to come and watch the dogs, too.
And Brian said he might show up. Yeah, come that Friday night.
Come on, brother.
What is it, June the 2nd? Or was it? Somebody posted the date.
Shauna or Jerry.
Yeah, June 2nd, that Friday, we're going to go. We're having a big party here. So, yes, come on up. Bring Sharif.
Yes.
Bluegrass Squirrel said, yep, I mean papery layer. There are actually several layers, but honestly, that layer likes to mold too. That is true.
Yes.
I have done that before where you peeled off and there was some mold on it. Oh. Okay.
I think it's less than 5 minutes. Is that what it shows me?
Yeah, so you want to go ahead and pull them?
Okay.
Oh, Sabrina said, I didn't end up signing off after all. I just brought you into the kitchen with me.
Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I'm ahead and
Jackie
pull them,
lives in Indiana. Okay, that's awesome.
Well, then, yeah, that's not that far from KPL then, right?
Right. Shauna said, whenever you say old folks sausage, I imagine it not being pork. Uh-oh. Sabrina said, sorry, I don't have smell a live stream. Frying up Italian sausage on the stove. Oh, that sounds good.
Boy.
Let's see. Oh, me too. Let's see. I think I got. Oh yeah, I don't make haunted outhouse for just anyone, Renee. I know Shauna is talented. Casket said, now I know why Shelly's kitchen sign is down. Perfect.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so hungry. Oh,
What?
Shauna said, sorry, Halloween door has closed.
All right, I'm gonna.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna have to move it.
Freeze a little, y'all. It smells so good. Oh my gosh. I might just like push Heath out of the way and eat it all myself.
It's not the first time.
Carrie said he had to get rid of cable, just have internet. I was trying to do antenna inside the house. Is bad with interference, so I got my antenna. They were cheap, and then put the TV in the other room.
Well, how's that look, y'all?
Oh, that's good.
Can I zoom in?
If you know how to zoom back out.
Do the reverse of what I just did.
Oh, that looks good. Y'all, it smells amazing.
Okay, wait.
No, the other way. So basically it should start here. Yeah, perfect.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to hand you a knife.
I thought there was one right here on the thing.
This little guy.
Oh, okay. What kind of knife are you going to hand me?
A meat knife.
Matrey said, wife is jealous since I started sleeping with the mayor. Laugh out loud. What the heck? Oh my gosh, y'all. It smells so good. Shauna said, Scrapbook Expo, where I ran into 3 of my other scrapbook friends. Who would imagine that? An hour away from home. Who would imagine that at a Scrapbook Expo, there would be other scrapbookers there? Casket said, as a kid, my dad collected the McDonald's glasses and Hardee's California raisin figures. Oh, I remember those. Lisa said, we got the buckets on Tuesday. I've been real strict on the fast food, but I let the kiddos since it was a special occasion. I was thinking I would just grab it. I don't know how it is in the bucket if it's in a little bag. And just, there's homeless people not too far. And I thought I'd just go over there and like give one of them the food. Because it's only like $3, y'all. I was just like cut towards the middle. I don't want the... this is my lunch, my dinner. Like, I don't want these little end pieces.
Well, I figured we'd do one rib. I'd trust the whole thing and we just eat.
Okay. I want the middle piece.
Why don't you read the comments while I'm doing this then?
Okay. Which bucket did you get, Lisa? Shauna said, then because I hadn't spent enough, we stopped by the scrapbook store where I go for weekend crops. Of course, they had steampunk Alice paper pack collection. Awesome. Carrie said, carnivore diet, you eat lots of fat, butter, and eggs, and high-fat rules. I know, but I obviously didn't. What?
I made a mess.
Oh, did you spill?
Yes. That would be the mess.
Well, I didn't know. Haley said, my cheesecake is just original vanilla because my kids will eat it too. Oh, that's awesome. S. Wilson said, yes, my daughter got me the orange bucket today and my mom ate the food. Oh, nice. Oh, that's so cute, the orange one. How fun. Shauna said, dang, that skeleton wreath looked huge on my table. He shrunk on the I guess he was baked in the pizza box. Maitreya said, I put my egg puddings in the steamer basket. They are pretty flexible. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, I was looking at the egg pudding. And I'm like, oh. Casket said, I just don't have an actual steamer pan or an Instant Pot. That's true. Carrie said, you have to eat lots of fatty meat till you are full on carnivore. Well, that's what I did. I lived off of ribeyes, but I just need more fat than, like a ribeye gives you basically 1-to-1. I need more fat than what's on the ribeye. Jackie said, my first round of keto was done with hot dogs and ketchup, peanut butter and honey. Much closer to clean keto this go around. That's awesome. And you do what you can do. Casket said, right, I just don't have one of those. Jen said, Shelly, I'm eating a lot more fats and butter this week, and I feel so much better. That is awesome. I'm telling y'all, it's important. Got the glove out.
This knife is no.
Okay. I'm so glad, Jen, to hear that. Jerry said, sorry, I have to run. Have a fun night. You too, Jerry. Matreya said, you could put it in the oven in a water bath too. Oh, right. On how to do it. Okay, here we go. Bluegrass Girl said, I'm doing reverse diet, which is essentially a fat fast. I am 1-to-1 fat to protein, maximum 30 total carbs. If having carbs, can go to 2-to-1 fat protein eventually, even 3-to-1 fat protein. Yeah, exactly. Don says, I'll catch you on the replay. I'll have to spend some quality time with the hubs.
Y'all can spend quality time watching us.
Trey said, Heath, you look bored.
No, I'm just tired. Here's the problem, okay? I've been sleeping really, really bad lately. Like this morning, I woke up at 2:30, had to use the bathroom, and I couldn't go back to sleep. I got back into bed and tossed and turned until about 4:30.
Yeah.
And then I finally just got up and came in here and started working on stuff in the... So, I'm tired.
Casket says,
Not doing
Shelly,
this right.
If you ever start to look like Bronson, then there's other things going on. Probably. Shauna said, call me crazy. I can't picture Bronson with long, beautiful red hair. That would be funny. Now I've got that image in my head.
Because when they start eating those?
Oh, well, I wanted to wait so we can taste together.
Okay.
Blue Dove said, I had much the same experience. Prefer leaner cuts of meat in general and eat a carnivore. And was hearing people say to dial back on the fat to lose weight. And that's when my inflammation came back. Exactly.
No, see, I think that dial back on the fat stuff is just bad advice that's left over from the stupid American diet.
Yeah.
That's actually the exact opposite of what you need to hear on keto.
Yeah, because when I was hearing people say that, when they were like, oh, you need to, if you're fat, you don't need to eat fat, blah, 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 blah. I was like, wait, have these people not actually understood the basics of keto? Because the whole thing is you need to have fat. Like there's a role for it. There are so many hormones that need fat. Like you have to have fat for your hormones to work. And that's one of the things I learned too, because on carnivore, again, even though I was eating fatty meat, that 1-to-1 basically is what a lot of people would say. That was not enough fat for me. My hormones went way out of whack when I did that. But as soon as I went back to traditional keto, within 2 months, my hormones were back in line. Because fat is needed in your body. And again, the misnomer is, oh, if you're fat, okay, this pudginess, or what did somebody else, I read somebody else, I'm trying to think what they called it. But basically, this fluffiness on my body, this is not actual fat. It's glucose storage, okay? It's glucose on there. So it isn't the fat I'm eating that's being pushed into these cells. This is glucose from years of eating too much carbs, too much processed food, too much bad oils, too much carbs, and my body's insulin was way off and my glucose was sky high. So my body didn't know what to do with all the glucose, so they shoved it into all these storage regions. So it had nothing to do with animal fat that I'm eating or coconut fat. You know, good fats is not what my body's storing. Oh, thank you, babe. Okay. And let's see here. Casket said, certain proteins I still buy the leanest so I can add my own fats. And that's perfectly fine. The thing is just adding the fat. Blue Dove said, maybe a fat fast would help knock the inflammation back. I mean, girl, 95%. If you think you could get to 90% fat a day, I mean, it's worth trying for 3 days and see how you feel, right? Shawnee said, oh, Heath already has his resting, sleepy face going on. Someone better check the ribs.
They're fine. I didn't burn the burn-ins.
Jackie said, my goal is to live to 2100. I'll be 114. I've lived through 2 turns of a century. Goals. Woo, girl, that is a goal. I'm trying to think. That's like 78 years away. Oh my gosh. I don't even want to figure up that age for me. Okay. Oh. That looks amazing.
Did you take pictures?
Oh, no.
Are you going to?
You want me to?
Well, that's why I asked.
Well, you ask all kinds of stuff. That don't mean nothing.
Oh,
Why
I know. I know it doesn't.
Why are you getting an attitude?
I'm just confirming. They are good.
You're trying it without me?
No, you're right here with me.
Hey, Miriam. Saw Miriam just popped in. Bluegrass Girl said Maple Pecan Keto Brick release is 10/23, and I love the Maple Pecan, y'all. Patty said, sorry I got pulled away. We are driving to Houston for the cruise. Yay!
Nice.
So we are free to go do whatever. Nice. Well, again, let me know what your interests are. Okay, let's see. Everybody. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Susan said, talk about eating fat first. I might have spread butter on my carnivore snacks this week. Oh, that would be good. Casket said, tomorrow kicks off the start of my birthday shenanigans with the present to herself. Anybody know what she's getting? Okay. So Teeth went ahead. Let me try.
Here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking it could be a little spicier, but the longer it sits, the better it gets.
Oh my gosh.
Right? We got to do this again. This is amazing. So we have another rack of these.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's on the spicy side, but you get that sweetness because there is a little brown sugar, and then you taste the pecan butter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, it's so freaking good. Mm. That's amazing. That's amazing. What else you got planned for your birthday shenanigans, Casket? Shauna said she's been adding extra butter on her eggs in the morning. That's awesome. Stacy said 2004, but didn't lose a pound with it after having all my organs rearranged. Oh, girl, I'm sorry. Oh, Shauna had hers in 2012, lost 75, but other things that she feels so much better this way. Well, I have a friend who had it. I don't know which procedure, but she's like has never lost anything.
This is really good. I wonder how this would play if we did beef ribs.
Amazing. Stacy said there was no stomach discomfort from increasing your fat that high that fast. I guess I know. I never had any stomach. I didn't have any pains. Didn't have any issues. I will say on day 2, there was a little bit. It wasn't like, oh, emergency. I got to go to the restroom. It was just like when I went, I went. But other than that, that was the only day that it was like, ooh. But I would say no. And I think what helped though, because I would have my morning coffee with the 3 to 4 tablespoons. I forget which I did. I think it might have been 3 tablespoons of coconut oil. So I had that fat in the morning. And then at dinner, I mean, it was fine for me. I didn't have any issues with it. And I don't have a gallbladder. As I know some people are like, oh, if you don't have a gallbladder, you can't eat high fat. I just proved 95% fat, no gallbladder. And I did fine. I felt like I did amazing. Sabrina said, I sure wish we were able to go on the cruise. I know, me too. But just can't swing it. Our 5th wheel was a dream of ours when we retired, so we really have to invest our time using it. That makes sense.
Well, you know what, though? We should have cooked these a little longer. It would have fell off the bone a little more.
A little more. That makes sense. I mean, when you have the 5th wheel, you get to see parts of the country that you never do on a cruise, you know?
Do me a favor, though. Since you have the app on your phone, shut down the smoker. Okay. Don't let them burning all those pellets.
Oh, yeah.
Because I filled it up after you did too, just to make sure.
Sharon said, want to check. It's not on my end. Feel like I'm watching a stop motion. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay. Shut down. Shut down. Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you guys. Harry said, I eat sardines all the time and oysters with the meat and eggs and liver. My rash is healed now. That's awesome. Right. Like Casket said, don't yuck someone else's yum. Mary said, Dr. Boss says, mix up sardines like tuna salad.
Huh.
And it tastes the same. Haven't had the nerve to try it other than buy a can of sardines that's still in my cupboard, right? Matreya said, I agree. If you hate something, don't eat it. Food is not a punishment.
Right.
Exactly. And there's all this butter and fat down here.
That's why I saved it.
I agree. Bluegrass Girl said, Natural Catch makes the best tuna and sardines.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I think Matreya was telling me about that. I'll have to look for that. Jackie said, we want to get a toy Gawler so we can have long weekends with the four-wheelers, but I still want to cruise a year when we get it. Right? Exactly. It's like hard to give up cruising. Once you start. Reichwood said, I grew up eating sardines so they don't bother me. Oh, that's awesome. I keep tins of them in my pantry for emergency. I love them with hot sauce the best. Oh, that sounds like that helps. I think, yeah, it is a cheap source. If you like it, go for it. I'm all for, if you can find a cheap way to eat, do it. Mary said, never eat liver and live to tell the tale. Shauna said, no heckin' way.
Because it was quite a while back, though. We got together with a couple of friends of ours, and they wanted to try eating liver and whatnot, and they mixed it into the ground beef and made it into burgers, and we still didn't like it then either.
I was still like, nope. Sorry, y'all. Casket said, I just can't do the traditional sardines because of my tactile issues. The little bones and crunch just weird me out. Jackie said, toy hauler, my autocorrect is dropping the ball. Yeah. Carrie said, I eat the liver because it helps with hemoglobin when I'm donating platelets. Oh, that's good to know.
Huh.
Stacy said, I can't eat any seafood or organ meat, but that's just my preference. Exactly. If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it.
Because honestly, I haven't met a seafood yet that I don't like.
Well,
I love seafood.
I have. Sharon said, saw TikTok guy's wife sending him to the store. He looked all over the produce for black pepper. He saw red, green, yellow, no black. Seriously, that's just too sad. Bluegrass Girl said, I got a new sign. So excited. Yeah, I saw that. That's from Joyce. I ordered some of the pumpkin that Autumn got from Joyce. But yes, I love your sign. That's so adorable. And with the lion on it.
Because I thought we seasoned this equally. Every once in a while, there's a bite that's a little spicier than the other.
Oh, yeah. So good, y'all. Okay. Trying to find not too big, right? There we go.
I want one that looks kind of like a steak.
So good.
I bet this is so attractive to watch, too.
Right?
Sorry, y'all.
Are we making y'all drool? There we go. Ooh. That one looks good. Yeah, light it up. Sorry. Shauna said, till she sent him a pic of the black pepper can. Oh, my gosh. Oh, she said she's on the 5th season of The Connors. I think we got to season 3. Casket said, I remember sitting at the dinner table in the dark, everyone else done gone, But I was made to sit until I ate my Brussels. Who'd have thunk?
Huh, right?
Oh, that's so sad.
And the closest thing I ever saw something similar to that was when my little brother got scared of kiwi. My aunt bought it whole, fresh, just cut it in half, put it on a plate, and gave it to him. And it was still furry and everything looking. And he's like, "Oh, what is this?"
Oh my gosh. Casket said, oh, I read that one. Jamie said, MCT oil powder makes a good creamer too. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. Barry said, if you drink bulletproof coffee, then the rounds can't hit you since you're bulletproof. That's right. That's what happened this week. I was bulletproof. Sabrina said, well, I really am signing off this time. I need to get some good rest before this busy weekend. Have a great one, everybody. You too, Sabrina.
Good night again.
Casket said, Heath, you keep telling folks it's hard for me to get off. That's not it at all.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll just shut up.
No.
Well, 'cause I'm always wrong.
You're not always wrong. These ribs are not wrong, I tell you that. Is that just some meat? Oh, it's a bone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's the end piece we didn't want.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just moving it. Oh, look, there's another in piece. Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to get in all the juices. Let's see. Mary T said, I put the group rate at the Hilton. Which airport should I fly into? Friday will likely be my travel day. Aw. You never know, Mary, but you want to fly into Intercontinental IAH. Casket said, growing up with a Navy Vietnam vet dad, ate so many canned meats, products, and hot dogs and bologna, right? You had to live on that. Reichwood said, I heard Spam is very liked in Hawaii. Yes, it really is. Oh, thanks. Carrie said, the ribs look so good. Jackie said, looks yummy. Shauna said, oh, nice, but I bet that sauce is too spicy for me.
Yes.
Oh, definitely, Shauna. Renee said, I might have to make some ribs this weekend now. You should. Lee said, is there barbecue sauce in the ribs? You want to tell her what it is?
It is a satay sauce that Shelly made last week, actually, and then she kind of tweaked it tonight to make it go a little further. But it's the base of it is a pecan butter sauce that I don't remember what all you put in it. Honestly, you made it.
It's the same recipe as last week's.
I know, but I don't remember what it is. That's what I was saying.
It's a sauté sauce, so it's basically got Asian flavors and seasoning. I put the recipe last week in the description. Yeah, but that's what we did as the sauce. So we seasoned it first when it was smoking for 4 hours with all of the Asian seasoning blend.
If you go look at the pictures on my Facebook, I think I put it on my Instagram too. Because I did 2 rounds of pictures, actually. I did one before the cook, just to promote it. And then I did a couple more during the cook. And I did 2 giant, I don't even know if they're actually tablespoons. We have a set.
2 tablespoons.
We have like a set of wooden spoons. I don't know exactly what size. She says they're 2. The giant one's a 2 tablespoon. Mm-hmm. So I did 2 of those of the Szechuan peppers and the flat iron Asian red seasoning. I did 2 of those spoons full, and then I did a small spoon of the other one. I don't know what size that is. It's not a one size. I don't know. But I did that of the bestie.
Yeah, the brown sugar alternative.
Yeah. So that was why I did a sweet heat.
Heavy on the heat.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Purple 11 said, my ribs last week were just coated with yellow mustard and seasoning since I'm doing BB&E. Well, that's perfect. We usually do our
pork and poultry rub.
Pork and poultry
I've
rub.
never done mustard on it.
I see a lot of people doing it. That and pork butts. I've never done mustard on.
Sorry, y'all. Oh, big fatty piece.
But to be honest, I think I should have cooked the ribs a little longer.
Mm-hmm.
They would have fallen off the bone a little more, and it could have made it less tug.
It's, you know what it is, the spare ribs, because they're longer and they have the added parts. You do need to, like, maybe 222.
Yeah, and I think it's because also when they do these like competition style, they trim them down more too.
Mm-hmm.
I've never done that.
Mm-mm. These are messy though.
Mm-hmm.
Reichwood said her grandfather used to cook amazing breads and pies and cakes, so she had a very carby childhood. Right. Lisa said the food is just in the Halloween bucket. Ask for a paper bag. I'm sure the dolls will give it to you. We have the pumpkin and the McBoo. Oh, how cute! Casket said, I keep forgetting to coat my ribs with mustard before I add my seasoning. Yeah, that is a way to get it to stick. Jackie said, I'm weird. I never really liked rice. The only time I ate it was at Mexican dishes. Right?
I used to love it. And like jambalaya or gumbo.
Mm-hmm. Blue Rash Girl said, I heard women are supposed to eat 8 tablespoons of butter daily to help with inflammation. Again, I think there's something to that as far as, getting that fat in. Miriam said, hey guys, how's it going? We're going great. How are you doing?
We're doing amazing now that you're here.
Right. Casket said, so weird. I've actually been sleeping better than I have in a long time. I usually wake up around 3:34 for a drink of water, then can't sleep. And waking to my alarm sleep, but all the way through the night. Wow. So what do you think? There's a change because of like the fat? Shauna said, so I'm not fat, I'm over gluconated. Exactly. Casket said, I used to have a t-shirt that said, I'm not sweating, my fat cells are crying. Oh my gosh. Haley said, cheesecakes are in the oven. I ended up with 2 because the recipe I used made way too much filling. Well, I don't think anybody's going to complain about too much cheesecake, right? Shauna said, I don't want to have to cook that long. Too many years of figuring out meals, right? Jackie said, HungryHeath until fed. Laugh out loud. Bluegrass Girl said, FYI, apple, soy, and whole grain block fat absorption. Don't you know? Oh, when they used to say, just eat those things and then you won't be.
Oh, yeah.
Jennifer said, I had to increase my fat to lose weight, but after losing 244 pounds, people are still trying to tell me to cut back on the fat. Wow. Jennifer, that's amazing.
That is.
Way to go. And again, people just don't get it. I think in so much in our society, it is pushed down people's throats. Don't eat fat. Don't eat fat. Fat's so bad. Fat's so bad. I don't want to eat fat. Oh, I want to leave the fat off. And then, so I think a lot of the times when people come to keto, it's, again, mindset. Mindset has so much to do with things. So they come to keto, that's still in their mindset. Oh, well, I better not eat fat either, or I better cut back on my fat because that's what I always did to lose weight. But keto doesn't work that way.
Right. Because remember that one time was shortly after we started, we went out to eat with my dad, and he saw what I was eating. He goes, but I thought you were on a diet. How are you eating all that cheese? I thought it was bad for you. I said, yeah. But then he also was used to stupid American diet and my stepmom doing all those crazy diets all the time.
Yeah.
With Jenny Craig's and all those.
Right, exactly. But again, it's a mindset. And I think that's the one thing when you come to keto, like we came to keto for health. I know some people come just for the weight loss, but you'll realize after a while, again, this isn't just a diet. This is a lifestyle. And any lifestyle has many factors in it. So it's not just, oh, what do I eat? No, keto is also about your mindset, your approach, how you look at things, how you look at life. You actually start learning all of those things. So it's not just nutrition you're learning with keto. You're learning all of these things with it. And plus, like one thing I would say that I have found, especially in the last year, is a community.
Yes.
And friends. When we started keto again for health, I never thought, oh, I'm going to make friends by being keto. Like,
find family members.
Right. When has that ever happened that you're like, oh, like in your diets before, even when I did Weight Watchers, I didn't make friends when I was on Weight Watchers, but in keto, because again, it is not just a diet. It is not just about food. It's about everything. It's about the mindset. It's about how you approach life. And then in that, you meet so many amazing people. And yes, family, like Renee, Casket, we're related. I would have never known that. I met a long-lost cousin. I would have never known if I hadn't decided to change my life for the better. And I really feel like it's the better because not only am I actually healthy, which I know for a long time I was not healthy at all, but just to know that I have so many friends here that I never thought I would have. You know, as an adult, it's really hard to make friends. So to have like friends now is just, you know, that's just a really nice thing.
Yeah. And then another thing that helps with the mindset, I've had discussion with people before and they've asked me what I did and everything. Like people that have known me for years and knew when I was at my heaviest. And I was telling them how I lost all the weight and all. And like, oh, I could never do that. I can't give up XYZ. I have to eat this, this, and this. I could never, be told I can't have this anymore. And I just explained to them, it's all in your mind. Because the way I feel about it, I can eat whatever I want, whenever I want. I just choose not to eat that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I tell people I'm allergic to the carbs. And they'll start arguing with me about it. I'm like, no. Because when I was eating them, it made me into a diabetic. To me, that is an allergy. That was the side effect of eating the carbs.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but that to me makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
I cut those out because, like, we were on a road trip one time. I don't remember where it was exactly. I think it's in Georgia somewhere.
It was actually in Minneapolis.
Okay, where was that barbecue joint?
Yeah, with the bread.
Yeah, they gave us like basically 2 loaves of bread with our meal.
Huge.
Like it was a Texas toast, but 2 loaves of it. And I literally took all of it and it like stacked up past the computer here. And I put it off to the side. And the guy sitting next to me looking at me like all bewildered. It's like, what are you doing? You don't like bread? And I said, no, sir. And that's what I told him. I said, no. When I reversed my diabetes, I don't miss it anymore. And he's like, what? I sat there and talked to him for about, 45 minutes telling him how I did it. And he's just like shaking his head. He just could not fathom the fact that it was all diet related.
Uh-huh.
It's like Dr. Barry says all the time. When you stop poisoning the dog, he's gonna get well.
Yeah, exactly. Bluegrass Girl said if only people understood, Jennifer, it's your energy source. Exactly. And it's a sustained energy because I know a lot of people, especially in the standard American diet, they're like, oh, I gotta have a donut so I can get through the morning meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I wake up. And I admit a lot of times because I'm not a morning person, like at all. So the first, 10, 15 minutes of me being awake, I just hate it because I want to be asleep. But after that, I have energy. And one thing I also learned on the fat fast is I feel like right now I'm okay doing OMAD. Like I guess for a while it was like, oh, I got to eat 3 meals a day. But now I'm kind of like, you know what? I actually am fine waiting until either dinner time, like now, what is it, 8 o'clock? Or just even if I could go until lunch at 12:30, 1 o'clock, I'll be fine.
Because it was messing you up for a while. That one job you were working with had you go to lunch at 11
Oh,
a.m.
that was awful.
It was
Lisa
messing up
doesn't
her.
have a gallbladder either.
Wow.
And see, how are you doing on keto? Jennifer said some of the freeze flames are cute.
Aw.
Shauna said, unless Heath and Maitreya are giving you spicy cheese. Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, Shauna. To me, that wasn't spicy at all. I was like, where is the spice? I didn't mean to booby trap you. I'm sorry.
I was like, don't give her that big piece. He was trying to give her this piece that's huge. I'm like, don't do that.
I was trying to be nice. I really was. I wasn't trying to hurt her.
Luz is here. Hey. She goes, hello, everyone. Welcome. Shauna said, oh, what happened? I had a piece of spicy. You sure did. Carrie said, when you eat seafood, then you can eat all the food you see in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. But, sometimes the ocean has trash in it, so maybe avoid that. Mary said, there will be smoked pecan ribs in my future. Oh, nice. Looks great, guys. My hubby has made Friday night sausages, and you made me hungry. Have a great night. Good night, Mary.
Night.
We'll see you soon, hopefully tomorrow. Shauna said, yeah, because continental starts with an H. It's intercontinental.
IAH is this.
Intercontinental Airport of Houston. IAH. That was the name I grew up with. Mm-hmm. And then I guess in the 90s, whenever George Bush Sr. became president, they renamed it to Bush Airport, which I'm like, but the initials are IAH. Like if I put in Bush, like that isn't going to make sense. Anyhow. And so I still call it Intercontinental because that's what I called it as a kid. And yeah.
Boomer.
Don't be mean. Purple Lebanon said, gonna sign off. See you later.
Good night.
Have a good weekend. You too, Debbie. She goes, it's a me time weekend. Mani Petty tomorrow and massage on Sunday. Wow, have fun.
Enjoy.
Jackie said she never had jambalaya or gumbo.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Well,
it used to be a tradition for me. Every year, I would save the turkey after we carved off all we could, and then I'd boil it till all the meat fell off and use that to make the gumbo or the jambalaya.
Yeah, like he loved it. And I guess that is, jambalaya and gumbo is very much a Cajun thing.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're not close to Louisiana, then I could see how you wouldn't have that. Melissa said, woohoo! Finally even work, only 2.5 hours late.
Oh, wow.
Now I can ear hustle my way home instead of ear hustling from my desk. Welcome, Melissa. Lisa said, I made a pork butt on Monday.
Nice.
Oh, yum. And used mustard and Redmond's garlic pepper. Oh, that's good. Smoked for 8 hours. So fantastic. Yummy. We're actually going to make a pork tenderloin, but I think I'm just going to throw it in the Instant Pot with some pork and poultry.
I used to love when I had my old traditional stick burner barbecue pit. I used to love smoking the pork bellies or the pork butt. But with the price of pellets and the fact that it doesn't really smoke them, the flavor that much, it's easier and cheaper, quicker. Just do it in the Instant Pot. That's what we started doing now. I don't bother smoking them anymore.
Yeah, we just do that. But that does sound really good. Casket said, okay, what's everyone's favorite type of pork ribs and why? Spare, St. Louis, or baby back? Baby back for me.
I actually like the country style pork ribs.
Yeah.
I feel like they're more meaty and easier to clean. Yeah.
He loves the country style. My favorite is baby back because it's the thinner. So the thing that I don't like about spare ribs is that top part of the little tiny bones. I forget what it's called technically. So that's why these are so long looking, is because like this part right here is all those little bones.
In competition or restaurant style, they trim that off.
Yeah, but if you get baby back, then it's already done.
Right.
I know.
And we only bought these because they were on sale.
Right. We get whatever's on sale. That's my favorite rib, is the one that's on sale.
I think these were like $1.97 a pound or something like that.
But if they were all the same price, I would always choose baby back.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite. Oh, look, Jackie said her favorite are country style. More meat and fewer bones. There you go. Melissa said, whichever ribs are on sale.
Yep.
See, there you go. Rygwood said, if someone else is making them, I'll eat any rib. Right? Shauna said, I came to keto for the health, hung around for weight loss, and stayed for the friends. Aww. Casket said, I usually get the baby back ones, but these spare ribs look good too. They're good. So this is my takeaway with spare ribs, and I think every time we kind of forget. Spare ribs, you're gonna have to do longer. So I think you need 3, 2, 1. Right? I think that's what we used to do.
Right.
And then we got
lazy.
But no, we got baby back ribs for so long for cheap that we did 2, 2, 1 because they would get overcooked at 3, 2, 1.
Right.
But for
that's right.
Yeah. So for spare, I would do 3, 2, 1 method. Then just keep in mind, it's going to have all those little bones at the top or tendons. They're not actual bones, it's just tendons.
Like I was telling James from Ready Set Keto earlier, ribs, especially pork ribs, are the only thing I cook by time, not by temp. Everything else I cook the temperature.
Yeah.
But the only thing is because of the bones. That's why I do the 2, 2, 1 or the 3, 2, 1 method.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people just smoke them without wrapping them. They just smoke them straight, and at the last bit, they glaze them. I even know some people who grill them. Oh. I don't know how this is going to turn out. I've never done that.
Jackie said, I feel like we need keto Dakota rings, right?
Almost.
Reichman said, I'm like Melissa. I buy what is on sale, but the more meat and the fat, the better for me. Like now I'm so freaking full. I think I had 3 ribs. I don't know if anybody kept count. Tell me. Was it 3? I hope so, because that's what I put in. But I'm really, really full now.
I'm getting there. This is my last one. I mean, I was thinking when you and I both were going to finish this thing by ourselves.
Oh, no.
I thought we were going to have a half a rack each.
Oh, no.
I just imagined.
Oh, no, I only put in to have 3.
I got to finish my side pieces.
Jennifer said there's a definite keto culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is. Shauna said, don't make me cry again today, please. Too late. Casket said, love my Horde fam. So happy we met and discovered we're related. Even if you did go to bed, I was trying to shout at you. We're related.
That was pretty funny.
Well, so what had happened if y'all never heard this? So we've been chit-chatting with Renee forever, right? Because we found her through 2 Crazy Ketos, and she started following us, and so we started chit-chatting. She was like, I'm your biggest fan. That's why we call her the #1 groupie. And so she would always comment on all of our videos and everything and say, I'm your best fan. I love y'all, blah, blah, blah. Y'all taught me so much about meat. And
you're famous now.
Yeah. And I was just like, wow, I was just shocked because I'm like, really? We taught somebody something? It's just weird to me because I figure
you learn from us, really?
I know, because
as much as I mess up.
Doesn't everybody know what we know?
I can barely read. I can barely put my shoes on.
I know. And so we started talking to her and stuff, right? So we're chit-chatting and everything. And so I'm a few years ago, 23andMe sent me a thing, and they were like, look, we're trying to do study on people who have Crohn's. So I was diagnosed with Crohn's / ulcerative colitis. It goes back and forth depending on the doctor, right? And anyway, so they were like, hey, we're trying to do studies on people who have these autoimmune conditions. And so I was like, oh, sure, I'll do it. It's free. I mean, it's really hard for me to pass up free, y'all. And so that's what I did. And then when we were talking to Renee one night, right? She was like, "Oh, I'm on 23andMe," and we were comparing her stuff. Like, "Oh yeah, I'm in this part. Oh, what does it say about freckles or whatever? You know, all the different things."
Because doesn't it work kind of like Facebook where y'all can send friend requests to each other and stuff too?
Yeah, sort of. And so we were on there, and you can like, you know, then say, "Hey, I know this person," right? And that's what she did. And you don't want to put any of the juices on them? That's all right.
We still can.
Okay. Yeah. And so put it on the 23andMe. She's like, "Okay, yeah, I know Shelly." And I like accepted it. Well, neither one of us knew on 23andMe, when you do that, they actually run both of your
charts,
ancestry data, right? And it came back like an hour later, which we were far asleep by that point. We were actually living in the hotel at that point. We were so asleep, and it came back, and she got the email. Of course, I did too, but I was asleep. And it was like, "Oh, y'all are related. You're like fifth cousins." And so she found out, and she's like freaking out because Renee stays up all hours of the night.
She is a night owl.
Yeah. And so she like is trying to call and message, and of course we're not picking up or anything.
We're both, I don't know what was going on. We were both dead to the world, basically.
Well, we were living at that hotel.
I know, but I usually, on stuff like that, I usually don't sleep as heavy, though.
No, because we'd been there. Remember this
we got really
had to live, and
yeah.
we were exhausted because we'd have to travel back to our house each day just so I could work.
Yeah.
Because the hotel internet was not fast enough for my job, so I'd have to work in this mold-infested house. Anyhow,
well, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I'm digressing. And so so she found out, and of course we ignored her because we were asleep at midnight.
She still gives us crap about that.
How dare us be asleep? Okay.
A little wet nap after eating ribs.
Right?
Even though I wore gloves.
Aw, Reichwood said, "Have to shout out that HungryHorde community is the greatest."
Aw, thank you.
Sweet. Y'all are the greatest. That's what makes it the greatest is y'all. Has nothing to do with us. That's why it's the HungryHorde. Jennifer said, "I'm allergic to sugar. I break out in fat." Exactly. Exactly. Or I break out in diabetes.
That's what I tell them people.
I don't want it. Casket said, "Yes, right, when that's another reason I like the baby back ribs meteor." S. Wilson said, "Oh, I'm so glad I have friends like y'all. I just wish everyone lived closer to each other."
Yes. That's what my thing too. You're right. Because we probably told the story before how we've driven like probably good 80% of this country, right?
We've gone to all 50 states.
I know. So I wish we would have done that when we knew all y'all, and we could have done in-person meetups back then.
I know.
Because we were literally driving through your area back then.
I know.
That would have been amazing.
On our, when we have dreams of winning the lottery, right? We talk about what would be so much fun if we had a really big lottery. Like I'm talking hundreds of millions. We were like, we would just basically drive around the country, purposely meeting everybody. Like we would map it out. Okay, we're going to drive here, spend some time in Arizona, meet Kathy P and Jerry, and then we're going to drive this way. And
Napa.
yeah, exactly. And just go everywhere, get to spend time with everyone. And I just think that's so fun. And then think of us like recording the whole thing. Like we'd still put out videos like, "Oh, here's us cooking in a hotel," right?
And we've thought about getting an RV and doing that too, but we don't want to mess with the black water.
Right? No, I don't want to do that. If we win, okay, here's the thing. If we win the lottery, like say we won like $300 million.
The mega.
Right. No, we're not getting an RV. We're going to probably keep my same cars because I love it.
Yes.
But we're just going to drive and stay at a fancy schmancy hotel.
Or Airbnbs. Yeah.
No, you didn't see my post on Facebook. But no, not an Airbnb. We would stay at fancy schmancy hotels where they clean. That's why not Airbnb, because you have to clean up after yourself. But at a hotel where they clean up, they make our bed, They do everything for us. I can even have the bellhop take the luggage up to the room.
And then they'll let us have the dogs.
Well, yeah, if we'll go to Bring
If you're fancy
Fido.
enough.
That's right. If you're fancy enough and you have enough money, you're going to be like, look.
If you're bougie
I
enough.
want to stay at your hotel. I see you have a weight limit on the dog, but here's my dog. Look,
and here's my money.
Yeah, I'm going to give you an extra 100. Are you going to let my dog come? Like, come on. But anyhow,
you know how quick we'll be broke?
right? How to go through 300 million. That would be our new channel.
One bark at a time. Because you'd be buying dogs too.
Shauna said, I know you weren't trying to hurt me. You sure? Grill and Keto's here. Hello, everyone. Hey, Grill and Keto. Welcome back.
Oh, man, I need a toothpick.
Let's see here.
So let me ask you this, though. Should I put these leftovers in a baggie or in a container?
Oh, I don't know if we have a container big enough.
Right? No, it's going to take 2 or 3 of them probably.
Well, then I guess.
That whole plate is leftovers.
Yeah, put it in a baggie. You should have kept your glove on.
Yeah. Well, my hand was starting to sweat. Well, I got tongs. I just do it that way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and then we'll get me a spoon, and then I can spoon the juices over them once you put them in the bag.
And then what's going to be good, too, is laundry. And trash is tomorrow, so this goes straight in the trash and out to the street, and won't stink up the house.
Casket said, for reals, if it's too costly to smoke a brisket when I come up, we can do steaks or something else. I don't care, even if it's hot dogs and mustard, just to be.
No. It's not costly. It's not going to be a problem at all, because I just saw. We looked yesterday. We're doing inventory. We actually have 3 briskets in the fridge, in the freezer. Yeah, because actually it was several months ago. Chris Bear actually told me that Kroger was running a sale on briskets. So we have Kroger also. So we looked it up, and they were having it. So I ran over there and I got them about $25 a piece, which is amazing to me, because if we go to our favorite barbecue joints here, it's $25 a pound.
Yeah.
So I got a whole brisket for what it cost me for 1 pound at their restaurant.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think I make mine just as good.
Right. So Renee, the brisket isn't costing us anything. We
already bought
it.
And it only cost me $30. I mean, that's including the gas.
Yeah, but that's long gone. To me, once you spend the money, it's gone.
Yeah.
Don't dwell on money already spent.
My biggest problem with you coming is you're going to bring me gifts, and I'm tired of that. It's your birthday. Why are you bringing me gifts? That does not compute.
But here's my idea on money. I don't fret. Have I made money mistakes? Oh, goodness. I could write a book. But
why are you looking at me when you say that?
But if it's already been spent, there's no point sweating over it, right? It's gone. It's done. I can't get it back.
While you're on your soapbox, I'm going to get your spoon.
So it's already spent. All I can do is adjust for the future. We've already spent the money on this brisket. It's not costing us anything. We have to cook this brisket.
I remember we had this one sitting out.
Shauna said 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1. What the heck?
Explain it to her.
There's a link to the video, but what it is, 3, 2, 1 or 2, 2, 1. It's a smaller regular spoon.
Well, then here, hold on. There's one right here.
But basically what it is, it's the time you smoke it, the time you wrap it, and the time you glaze it. Right?
You can do that in the oven too.
Yeah, you can do it in the oven too. But smoke or bake, wrap, and glaze. So, like on the spare rib, we should have done 3 hours in the smoker, unwrapped.
I should have put them on before I left to go to the store.
2 hours in
the foil.
And then 2 hours wrapped in foil. So you see we had it wrapped. And then when we wrap it in foil, we do with the butter and the seasoning.
What I do first on the foil is I put half a stick of butter. I slice it and lay it across here and then put more seasoning. Then I lay the ribs down on top. Then the other half of the butter over the top of the ribs, and then more seasoning. Yeah. And then wrap it in the foil, put it back in the smoker.
Yeah. Or the oven.
Oven, yeah.
If you're going to put them in the oven. And then the last hour is, as you saw us, we took it out of the foil and then we glazed it. And then the glaze, then you cook for another hour. That's the last part. I hope that makes sense.
And honestly, with baby backs, you can probably get by with only doing a half hour at the end.
Yeah. Renee said 3, 2, 1, contact.
Exactly.
I remember that. I love that show.
In fact, little side note for y'all. When we do our countdowns for each other, when we're doing our filming, we will count it to ourselves. So then when we go back to edit, we know where to come in and actually start it. And we always do a 3, 2, 1 count in for us. And it always jumps into my head. I almost always say it.
I know. That was such a show for us.
Yeah.
I love that show. Shauna said, laugh out loud. Stalker to fan, huh?
Huh?
I guess Renee being a stalker. That's fine.
I like stalkers who bring you things. Man, I am full. Are you done with this? Well, we can put that in when we're done then. Because it doesn't matter if we wash them all.
But why wash them? And then...
Well, because they're dirty.
Those are dirty?
Yes.
Oh, I thought they were clean.
Well, okay, but it's not going to hurt nothing. The thing's going to be running anyways.
But there's some drips here on the side, so maybe take this and wipe it. Okay. And then Casket said, and we also started talking because of their post about Heath's MS symptoms before he was diagnosed, right?
Oh, that's true. Because yeah, she was very, very instrumental in helping me find solutions.
Yeah.
I am forever indebted because of that. Thank you again, Renee. I don't know if I've told you enough, but thank you.
Jen said, good night, fam.
Good night.
Green limit break. Good night,
Right.
Jen.
Good night. Keep up.
Yeah, keep up with your post and all.
Yeah.
Casket said, no, this was pre-hotel. We chatted during the freeze when y'all were still at home. Yeah, I know we chatted, but we were at the hotel when we clicked on the 23andMe.
Were we? I don't remember.
I do.
Okay.
Bluegrass Girl said, I'd like to find out I'm related to someone that I like.
Right?
Right? Not someone else and be like, oh, great. Right? Exposing Darkness. Hey!
We ain't seen you since KPL.
I know. She said it was so great getting to meet you both at
Yes,
Ketochow.xyz.
you too.
It really was.
And I loved your stories about the congressman or whatever it was, a hog. The Texas hog family.
Yeah, the hogs. Shauna said Hilton has dog-friendly hotels. That's true. They do, and most of the IHGs do as well.
It's just the one that the hotel that Autumn booked. We don't have memberships with them, and they didn't like our dogs.
Well, it was a weight limit.
Yeah.
And that's what I was telling somebody earlier. I said, that's what freaking gets on my nerves because I have they're considered large dogs. So if they weigh over 60 pounds, that's considered large. I've had a Great Pyrenees, y'all.
Yes.
So to me,
I
my
miss
dogs
her.
do not look. I mean, I know Great Pyrenees is a giant, but my dogs.
Hence the term great.
Right. But I don't know. I guess I don't feel like they're large dogs. But so they put weight limits, and I'm like, what? Why does a weight limit matter on my dog?
Especially when I know my dogs are better, well behaved than some people's children.
Well, even than some people. I mean,
Right? Even adults.
Freaking adults that do a lot of damage. But my dogs, they're just going to... Did you get the spoon?
No. Because, no.
We almost lost the spoon, y'all.
Again.
But my dogs, they're just going to freaking lay in the room.
They
and
may,
chill.
and they may, on a bad day, pee or poop. On a bad day.
Well, they
But-
haven't.
I know, but I'm saying even on the worst case, but they're not going to take a crayon and draw all over their walls.
Or
carve
do other
on
stuff on the walls.
Right.
Exactly. And that's why I'm like, why would you put a weight limit? That's so silly.
Because there's a pizza joint not too far from us.
Oh, yeah.
And they actually, I was reading a thing a guy wrote up on it. They had a child come in. A lady was not watching her daughter or son, one of their kids, sat there and tore apart
the padding and everything out of one of the bench buffets, or not the buffet. What is it called?
The bench seat.
Bench seat.
Yeah, he had just gotten the bench seats reupholstered.
Yeah, the
which,
upholstery.
I mean,
that's what it is.
You know, at a busy restaurant, there's going to be tears and stuff over time. So he just had them reupholstered.
Well, this was straight and delicious.
Yeah, and apparently this lady, because he wrote up this huge thing, and you should have seen the comments. But this lady had placed an order for a pizza, and she just was not watching the kids while she waited for like 20 minutes. The kid tore the upholstery, like just pulled it all up and everything. So he had to pay again to get it reupholstered again. And that's not cheap. And so he was just really mad. He's just like, no, like, I understand that accidents happen. He's like, but you're in a place, you need to be watching whoever you're with, and you shouldn't be allowing them to do that. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like that's why we're like, okay, no, we don't ever want to own a restaurant, because I don't think we would have handled that very well.
Right.
Shauna said, when I was 16, I found out I wasn't related to most of my relatives.
Wow.
And then that's what's crazy. Like, you're like, oh, here's all my family. Oh, no, they're not my family.
By the way.
That is so.
That's bizarre.
Yeah. Casket said, that's crazy. $25 a pound. Even Stephen Lou's is less. Well, I mean, this barbecue joint by us, though, continues to be in the top 10 of the Texas.
Top 5.
Well, I don't remember.
I thought they were last year. They were top 3.
Oh, okay. So they are ranked in Texas, one of the best, consistently. So, and they get it because they have a line that wraps around the building.
In fact, when you go there and go up on the back porch, they have a little table set out with a 3-ring binder on it that has, I think, maybe at the most 50 pages to it. You can take one out, and that holds your place in line. The only caveat is they will not let you, if you leave, you void your entry. But as long as you have that ticket, that holds your place in line, and you get to skip ahead to that number in line when they do open the doors. Yeah. That's how popular that place is.
Yeah. But I like Stevie Lou's.
It's good.
I'm telling you.
Night and day different.
Corkscrew, I wouldn't say night and day, but
no.
Corkscrew is flipping amazing. Like that. It's really good. It's really, really freaking good. And last time we went, they actually were doing a hatch queso.
Yes.
It's just a seasonal thing, I guess, because they got a whole bunch of hatches in, and they made a hatch queso. Oh my gosh. And no flour, no onions, just basically just straight cheese, cream, and the hatch chilies.
Yeah.
It was good.
And then every time we ask them for the fatty ends of the brisket, they end up giving us burnt ends.
Yeah, yeah.
So I like the crust. I like the
me too. The bark on it.
Yeah, the bark. That's the word I'm looking for.
So yeah, it's really freaking good stuff.
And it's really good customer service too.
Yeah, the people are very friendly there. Jennifer said, you know what you could have done? Is just use the baggie as your glove, turn it inside out to grab all the ribs.
Oh, that's true.
That's very smart. Casket said, I don't know what the HE double hockey sticks you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about either.
Fill us in.
Shauna said, I'm so tired from today already in my PJs, and I still have to work in 2 hours. Oh, no.
I'm sorry.
But I'm with you, girl.
I get to wear my PJs to work?
Right, me too. Like, I love PJs all the time. Shauna said, wrap, like, hello, brisket, it's time to cook. If it works, I'll be wrap. This is a wrap. So it's smoking.
They call this the Texas crutch.
But it's smoking. When you smoke meats, a lot of times you put it in the smoker, the meat, like brisket or ribs. And then after a certain amount of time, you wrap that. So you wrap it like a package. So you can use foil and you just seal it in. Because basically what it is in the smoker, you want that smoke to penetrate the meat. But the smoke only penetrates so much. So after that length of time, it's not going to get any more smoke. So there's no point in just letting it sit there. Really, I mean, it's minuscule. So what a lot of people do is they'll wrap in foil or they'll get butcher paper and they wrap it up so you seal it up so that keeps the heat all together so it's not just escaping. And then that's what's called a wrap. And then you unwrap it later to glaze it.
Right.
Is that, am I correct?
Because then also James was asking me if I could have done this instead of foil using the butcher paper. And I don't think so because of how wet it gets. I think it would just soak straight through.
Yeah, it would on the butcher paper
on
because of all
this.
the butter.
Because a lot of people, especially like a lot of them use the butcher paper when they wrap their briskets.
Yeah.
I've just never wrapped my briskets.
No, we usually don't. Exposing Darkness said, what keto events are you doing next year?
KetoCon.
In April.
And the cruise.
In June.
And hopefully Ketopalooza.
Yes.
If she does it.
She better do it.
That's the only thing we have planned.
She better do it or we're all just going to show up.
Or also, if you count our meetup we're going to host before the cruise.
Right. That's true. Bluegrass Girl said, but Galt House, you have to stay with your dogs. You can't leave them in the room alone.
Oh.
I mean, that's what they say. But I mean, come on. Who's going to security that?
Right.
I mean, yeah, if you have dogs that just constantly bark, that makes sense. But like mine are so quiet. How would they even know?
Right.
I've stayed at other hotels who said that. And I never had issue leaving my dog there. I just wouldn't let them come and clean the room. Like I would just put it on Do Not Disturb.
Right. That's how you do that.
Yeah. Casket said, so funny story. In the store, talking to a friend that knows what I do, a total stranger asked me, yeah, but have you seen someone that has reverse ejaculation?
What?
Like, what? WTF and just no.
What? Why would you even ask that? Rude.
Oh, I'm like speechless. Like, what? And why would you ask a total stranger?
Some people just need help.
Oh my goodness.
I think I just need help with some people.
Casket said, that's not a PT treatment thing and stranger danger.
Right?
Right? You're like, okay, get away.
Get ye behind me, Satan.
Right? Jennifer said, big dogs can be so much more quiet than small dogs often can be.
Yes. And another problem I've always found is with the little dogs, they call them happy pee dogs.
Yeah.
Big dogs don't really do that.
No. Well, I did have one.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
he was an anomaly.
Yeah. Well, she was a rescue and she was just a very, very nervous dog. She was a Salugi. Anybody familiar with that?
A loogie?
Salugi. But she would just get so nervous that she'd just lose all function there. But yeah, like, because my mom has small dogs and one, they can't hold it. They go constantly.
Small dog, small bladder.
Yeah. And they bark I mean, you could be walking by and you do like that and they go off the wall. Like, I felt like at her house, you had to be so quiet. Like if you sat something down on the counter, you had to be real quiet because if you went like that, the whole time.
On my phone, I had the notification when I get a text. It was like a knock.
Yes.
And that would set them off every single time. So I had to end up changing it because every time I was over there, I'd get a text from somebody, or even random one. You get those ghost texts about your car's warranty or whatever. I get those, and next thing you know, for 20 minutes, the dog be barking.
Yes, and then oh my gosh, it'd be so annoying, and that's why I can't really do small dogs. I love all dogs. Like, don't get me wrong.
She would carry them in her purse. She'd be that girl.
Yeah. Like,
but
I
she
love
just couldn't.
them, but I'm just like, no. But I know me, like, I love animals in general, and I think they're adorable. Like, I'd probably be killed because I'd be trying to pet some adorable animal. But I know day to day, I just prefer a large dog or medium to large dog. I've had lots of dogs in my life,
George was little.
Yeah, George was a mixed poodle, and he was small, like maybe weighed 9 pounds. And then also I've had a Shih Tzu. And
That's
I
my
love
first
them.
dog
I
was.
love those dogs, but I found with smaller dogs, they're a lot higher energy. They bark at everything, and then it's harder to potty train them for some reason. A big dog, like all of the big dogs I've had, I just basically look at them one time, like, why did you do that? And then they're like, oh my gosh, I did wrong. And they never do it again.
Like the one time that I was looking at the dog.
Sam?
No.
Delilah?
Yes, the one time she ran out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one time Delilah got out of the yard while I was at work, and when I came home, I was freaking out because she's so black, you can't see her outside. And she was right by the front door, like she was like, "Oh my gosh, what did I do wrong?"
She's never done it again.
She's never done it again. So
she so much wants to please you.
Yeah, she's very much a please dog, and I think Samson is too.
He's getting there.
But you know, and even my Great Pyrenees,
yes.
Shelly, oh, she's so amazing. Now she was stubborn though.
Yes, she used to mess with me all the time.
Yes.
She would act like she needed to go outside. I'd get up to let her out, and she'd take my spot on the couch.
Yes, she
and
would.
this turn, I swear, she was grinning at me when she did it too.
Yeah, she was.
And then some friends of ours, they used to come over all the time, bring their kids with them, and she used to love to sleep on the couch with Hunter. Remember?
Oh,
she loved him.
Look, Sharon took some screenshots.
Me rolling my eyes at her, right?
I don't know.
The food was that good. Thank you, Shauna. You got another piece of cheese coming now.
But yeah, and then so Zoe was, I loved her. She was amazing.
Yes, she was a good dog.
Well, I've loved all my dogs. What am I kidding? But she was amazing. And of course, she was a giant dog, but she was easy to train. She was like my first, I guess, official adult dog, you know, when I was like an adult
I miss her.
And got my own dog on my own. You know, like I had dogs all through my childhood and everything, and kind of like, it always seemed like I somehow ended up with somebody else's dog. Like, I don't even know how this happened, but like,
because you're the rescuer,
right? When I was in my 20s, the dog I ended up with was an ex because they decided they didn't want the dog anymore, and we broke up, and they were like, "Oh, you can have the dog." It was like, I never even picked out this dog. Like, it was a dog that you picked out long before me. It's just so weird. And so I just always ended like that kind of thing would happen. And then, but Zoe was my first dog that I was like, okay, I want a dog. I researched the breed. I was like, that sounds like me. Lazy, low metabolism. Sign me up.
She was such a good guard dog too, y'all.
She was.
Seriously, we used to let her out. It was almost like on clockwork when she would go out at night.
Yeah, she was a barker though.
She was on, yeah, but she was like doing like basically her sentry duty. She would roam the length of our fence because we have a big corner lot, and she would roam the length of the fence. She'd go a few feet, bark, go a few feet, bark, go a few feet, bark. And she did it so religiously, she actually wore a spot in the yard where she was walking around.
Yeah.
She wore her own path. It was awesome.
Yeah.
And then one time you said you were out of town, and you were late getting back home or whatever, and she needed to be fed. So your brother forgot his key, and then he was going to hop the fence to come in and feed her, and she tried to get him.
Right. No, I went to Galveston with my mom, and it was supposed to be a day trip. And then she was like, "Oh, we need to stay overnight." And so I was like, "Yeah, but my dog, I got to get home to feed her and everything and take care of her again." And she's like, "Oh, just have your brother do it." So I called him to see if he would, and he said he would, but he forgot the key. And so he's going to try to jump the fence. And when he did, she like freaked out.
She met him
after him, like she was going to eat him.
Now your dinner.
Right? And so it took him a while, but he finally calmed her down. She finally remembered who he was, not just some stranger jumping in her yard. And then he, fed her and everything, and it was fine. But yeah, she was amazing.
I never realized how territorial dogs really are.
until growing up, one of our neighbors, is about 4 or 5 houses down from us. He had a husky. And anytime I would ride my bike or walk past the sidewalk in front of their house and that dog was out, it would try to eat me. But it got out one day and it was like, 10 or 12 houses down away. And I walked by and it was super scared of me because it wasn't in his yard.
Mm-hmm.
It was all about his yard is all it was.
Yeah, exactly. Casket, she said, her big dogs are abnormally quiet, lazier than any other breed. My landlord asks occasionally if they caused any destruction. Like, absolutely not.
What are they going to do? Drool or something? Maybe?
I know. That's what
Those
I do.
dogs are so well behaved.
I know. And that's what again, with the hotels and stuff that are like, oh, not if you have
A well-behaved dog, basically.
well, no, with the weight limit and on, I'm like, but all my dog is going to do is maybe get in the bed, which Delilah won't, and just chill out. Like, they're not going to do anything else.
That's what I'm saying, though. It's like they'll allow your mother's dogs to go because they're small.
Yes.
But they're going to do more. I really feel like they would do more damage than our dogs would.
Well, they have, because we've gone on trips with their dogs, and I'm like embarrassed because
that's what I'm saying, though. The way people look at dogs are just totally bizarre.
Yeah,
their whole design of it. Just, they're big. Oh, they're bad.
I know. Where I'm like, but my dogs, I can just take them outside, and they're really good about like letting me know, oh, hey, it's time to go out, and then it's like, okay, let me get up.
So, because like with Sam, the few times he has gone in the house, I really feel like it's owner error. We have not learned his mannerisms. That he's letting us know when he needs to go out.
Right.
That's our fault. I can't be mad at him for that.
Right.
Because I'm enthralled in a TV show and I'm not paying attention to him.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not his fault. He's got to go. That's nature.
Well, or I think part of the issue is because we're home every day. Yeah. Right. We work from home. So I have them on a routine.
Yes.
Right? In the morning, we get up, we let them out like whenever he wakes up at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And then I go to work at 8, and then usually about 10 o'clock, I go have a little break. I refill my coffee, right? And I then let them out. So they're used to going out. They know at 10, they're going to go outside. And then again, around lunchtime, which is typically 12:31, they go out again. And they know that. And then in the afternoon, we'll have a break around 3. They go out again.
And they always let you know when you're forgetting to feed them for dinner, too.
Yes, and then dinner time.
They can't wear a watch, but they can sure read one.
All I'm saying. So they get in that routine.
Uh-huh.
Because we're home all the time, and that's the same routine. So there was like one day we went, we went to the farmer's market, all these things. So we were gone, even though we let them out for a good long time that morning, because we were gone so much of the day, we didn't get home till like 3 o'clock. Well, yeah, he went.
Well, I'm just talking about that one time he did it here at the house too, though.
Oh, yeah.
We were sitting there watching TV.
Do.
Yeah, it's because he hadn't even been here maybe a month.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. We had to learn each other, though.
Right.
I can't be mad at him for that.
But
he's just doing what he's supposed to do.
That's the only time, and it's like, oh,
and there again, that's our fault.
We shouldn't leave him inside the house.
That's why whenever like we went on the KPL, we go to the other things when we take them with us.
Yeah,
we'll always disappear to go check on them because of stuff like that.
Right,
because we're trying to be responsible owners.
They did perfect at the Airbnb. They never messed. They never did anything like that. Like they just slept most of the time.
That's where they do anything.
Casket said, "What cracked me up was the Ketopalooza Hotel was Galt. That's my Greyhound Rescue Group. Greyhound Adoption League of Texas." That's funny. Casket said, "Okay, so now I want corkscrew."
Okay.
Shauna said, "Oh, hatch queso, yum."
But here's the thing: I don't mind taking you to get corkscrew because it's really good. It really is. The only catch is we're gonna have to get up early Saturday morning.
And aren't we going to the farmer's market Saturday with her?
That's what I'm thinking. Well, that's what I was going to ask her if she wants to do also. She doesn't have to go.
Yeah.
So it's up to you. If you want to go, we'll go. It's fine. But just be prepared. If we're going to eat all that, are you still going to go wanting to get Brazilian that night too?
Yeah.
I mean, we can. It's just, it's up to you.
Jennifer said they had a great day. Oh, those are awesome.
Wow.
Casket said she has Greyhound, the best Greyhounds. Casket, I always ask for burnt ends, and you always say, dang, I forgot.
Uh-huh.
We're good at least at Corkscrew, we remember.
We always...
Girl said, my pumpkin sausage soup has hatch chilies. It's so yummy.
Nice.
That sounds good. Gosh, y'all, with all this
I think
pumpkin sausage soup.
But see, but it's not getting cold enough yet, though. Because like I said, I don't like stuff like that unless it's really cold out. And it'll be back up in the 80s. I want this again.
Well, Sarah, it is cold where Sarah's at.
Oh.
Jennifer said, God made me allergic to animals or I'd have a menagerie.
Right?
Oh. I mean, technically, I've been told I'm allergic. I'll suffer. It's not a bad, I'm basically allergic to everything. It's just like if I'm allergic to dust and to mold and hay and all that stuff that happens during allergy season.
I think what helps is that these two are short hairs. It kind of messed you a little bit because Zoe wasn't a short hair.
They shed a lot, though.
Yeah.
I have to empty Rosie every day because they shed a lot.
But I thought they're still short hairs, though. But they still shed, but I thought there was I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong.
Yeah. Poodles are supposed to be the most hyperallergenic. Yes, dog. Because they don't really shed.
Oh, okay then.
And it's the pet dander
okay.
I'm actually allergic to. But yeah.
Okay, isn't that what Chris said he's allergic to also?
I don't know exactly what it is.
Okay.
Maybe Marion could tell us. But yeah, so yeah. But because sometimes that's one reason why I just don't let the dogs in the bed, because they will get their hair and then it will bother me. But as long as they don't get in the bed, then I'm fine. Casket said, what weirds me out is some folks say they wear scrubs as PJ, spending 25 years in scrubs. Those are not PJ material. Yeah, I never got that either. Like, I don't know. When I've worn scrubs,
I've never worn them, so I don't know.
Oh, well, when I was in high school, I was in health occupations, and then in college, I did pre-med stuff. But anyway, so I'd wear scrubs. First of all, because I was always fat, and back then, they didn't have, like, a huge assortment of plus size, so they would be so freaking tight on me, so it wasn't comfortable, and I just didn't like the material. It's just not a soft material to me. Shauna said, I wore scrubs as a dental assistant. Those are not comfy sleepwear. No. Well, I don't think any clothes are sleepwear. Casket said, I'm allergic to cats, but I have two. And Grays don't give off dander. Oh, they're on a healthy diet after adoption. Oh, that's good.
That's nice.
Oh, shed. That's awesome. Exposing Darkness said, yeah, the cruise is out of Galveston. Yes, it is.
Yes. That's what we're excited about. That's what it was supposed to have been last year, but everything got messed up.
Casket said, like the Airbnb, they were great guests and complied with 4 dogs and tons of guests. I know. Well, those were a good host. And sadly, Renee, I was looking today to try to figure out for KetoCon. I haven't told him yet, but that house is not available during KetoCon.
Why?
I didn't ask him why.
They're just not available.
Not available. So,
because that one was cool. We were thinking about staying there again.
I know, because they were so nice. I did find another house, but it's going to be a little further away, south of Austin. But it would be actually cheaper, which is nice.
Yeah.
But my whole thing with Airbnb just kind of made me mad. And somebody else was saying maybe try Verbo. I don't know. Is Verbo
I've never tried that.
Is Verbo really between the two? Because it's the same concept. But do you think Verbo is actually better than Airbnb? What's y'all's opinion?
Is it basically just like Coke and Pepsi kind of thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. But, yeah, I was just kind of mad with Airbnb. But,
well, at least they helped us, didn't they? They didn't stick it to us.
Well, yeah, because they wouldn't take her lying review down.
Oh,
even
that's
when I had
where...
proof that it was a lie.
Okay, then. Okay, yeah, then I'm mad at them then.
And, I mean, not that it matters, I guess, so much if I have I have all these other reviews that are 5-star.
Still, you get the one blemish.
Right, and one person decided to lie. like no big deal. But anyways, I don't know. I just kind of got mad at them today, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I did find a good place, and this place does have a nice big fenced-in yard.
An actual fence, though. Remember?
Yes, it's an actual fence, and it's a 3-bedroom.
Oh,
so
okay.
that should work.
Yeah.
So we'll just see. We'll see. Exposing Darkness said, I'm afraid I'd be claustrophobic on a cruise.
Oh, I did. I thought the same thing because she literally worked on me for 2 years to try to get me to go. And now I'm trying to work with her every day to get us to go. This is that much fun.
Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoy them. And there's plenty of room.
Here's my thing. I think if you're somebody who has tendencies of claustrophobia, don't get an inside cabin.
Yes. And yeah.
Get, I would say, a minimum of a window cabin where you can at least look outside into the ocean.
Because I had the same problem, so we got a balcony.
Yeah. Or,
just so I could get out.
Right. You might want to get a balcony so that then because the ships nowadays, they're so freaking big, y'all. I don't know if anybody saw Royal Caribbean is coming out with their newest ship that can hold up to 10,000 people. I just think that's crazy. Right. But like the Allure of the Seas, I think it holds like 5,000. They're huge ships. There's so many areas you could go to. And the way Royal Caribbean designs their ship, it's kind of like being in a nice mall.
Yeah.
Like you have the area where you could go to a green space where there's lots of trees and walking and benches.
They even have rooms that look out over that. It's your balcony, but it looks out over that. So it sounds like, you know, like you're at an actual apartment, kind of like.
Yeah. So
it's kind of neat.
You have that, and then plus there's, you know, the theaters, the different shows you could go to, which is just like going to a movie theater, right? It's no more claustrophobic than that. And then plus on the cruise, if you're part of the low carb cruise, you're going to go to the convention on sea day. So you're not going to be like trapped in your room. You're going to go to this convention, which is just like KPL. You're going to be in a room with a bunch of other people hearing speakers. And then you go out, go to lunch, and you can even have lunch. Like one of the buffets, most of the buffets will have seating where it's looking out into the ocean. So you can look out or, you know, wherever's nearby. So you always have that option of going outside, looking outside, so you don't have to feel confined.
The way I look at it too, as fun as KPL is, my biggest drawback with it is only the weekend. It's over too quick. Whereas on the cruise, it's a whole week of all of that. That's why it's so amazing.
Yeah, and it's just fun. And then my thing too, like, I don't know if Hoofing It's still here, but like if you're like, okay, I've had enough of the convention, like I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to go to all the speakers. There'll probably be speakers I won't go to. Just personal preference, right? Sometimes you just need a break. I mean, we did the same thing at KPL. But anyways, so if you've had enough, you could go back to your cabin. You don't have to go out on the ship. You can just say, you know what? I just need some me time. You go back to your cabin, and if you're like, you know what? It just feels a little small, open up your balcony, go out on there, and enjoy that for a while. The fresh ocean air and everything, it just feels relaxing. And hearing the waves and the ocean and everything, it's just very relaxing to me. Now,
I think that the cruise line needs to cut us a check.
I know. They need to cut it so we can pay for it.
Right.
But yeah, and the rooms, I'm going to say, if you're getting an inside cabin, yeah, it's going to feel small. But if you go with at least a window or a balcony, you're going to have more room and more space, and it's not going to feel really like much smaller than an apartment.
And what I love too is y'all, Two Crazy Ketos has that second channel where they do the Two Crazy Campers.
Yeah.
And they're doing all the reviews on the different campers, especially when they were searching for a new one. When they were doing those reviews, when they were going through and showing those, they honestly reminded me of the cabins on the ships.
Yeah.
The layouts and everything like that, it really, really looked like it.
Yeah. Yeah. It pretty much looks like that. in your cabin. So it's not going to be so small, but I don't know, to me, I feel like it's big enough. And again, we usually get at least a window, if not a balcony.
I mean, the worst time we ever had, or not worst time, because I loved that cruise. The smallest room, most confining I found, honestly, was when we did the Panama Canal the first time. Because that shower was so small.
Yeah.
I could literally just soap up and spin myself around and do like a spin cycle because it was that small of a shower.
Yeah.
But I wasn't in there that long for it to matter to me, honestly. I just thought it was humorous.
Yeah.
I honestly think it was a big drawback with me being that big.
Well, that's true too. And
now I want to do that cruise again just to see how much more room I would have.
Right. Okay. Casket said, "Oh, love Salukis. Many in my rescue group have Saluki Greys. Aw.
What is it? I've never seen that dog before. You have to pull one up later and show me.
Aren't they? They're kind of like a cousin to the Greys,
Oh,
but
okay.
they have longer hair."
Oh, okay.
Lisa said, "Yes, my Pomeranian will pee if I pet her when I first get home. Oh,
Aw.
I have to make her go outside before I can pet her.
Like I said, a happy
no.
pee.
Casket said, "Well, Jolly is a dwarf horse, right?"
Right?
Exposing Darkness said, "I have a 6-pound Yorkie. That's what my mom has, and she's very quiet and not hyper. She's 14.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, my
So
mom
she could be
has,
a purse dog, right?
Right. See, my mom has a Yorkie, and she had a Maltese. The Maltese sadly passed away. He was so cute. But her...
Is that the one that always had the nappy hair? That'll get stuff stuck in it?
Yeah, she wasn't good at brushing the hair.
Uh-huh.
And so I told her that before she got the Maltese. I said, look, you have to brush their hair all the time.
And she loves holding them anyways. So why not hold them and brush them? You know?
And that's what she was like, oh, well, I'll just keep the hair cut short. But then she would not, like, she needed where she could say, look, every 6 weeks I need the dog appointment already set up for the haircut. But, you know.
A standing reservation.
Right. But anyhow,
moving on.
Her little Yorkie, Angel is her name. She is really cute, but man, she's a barker. Like
that was the one that got mad at my phone, right?
Yes, because then actually Jingles, that was the Maltese. He was quieter, but she would get him riled up because she would hear your phone go off and she'd go ballistic. And then he'd be like, oh, what? Oh, I'm supposed to bark. Because the thing is, Jingles, there wasn't a lot going on.
He was cute, but that's as far as it went.
Right. He just didn't have a whole lot of thought process. So he was kind of like, oh, she's barking. I guess I need to. And
what are we doing? Okay, I'll bark too.
Casket said, many of my friends with Saluki Greys, they are so funny and so human-like in their behavior. Aw. See,
What do they say too, though? The older you get, you start looking like your dog.
I don't know, but the Saluki we had, it was an adoption, of course. But I was still, I think, a teenager. I must have been a young teenager. So my mom adopted her, and she was just too much for my mom to handle. And I didn't have much say over it. So my mom found someone, and he had 2 young teenage boys. I think they were like 9 and 12, whatever. And he also had like a big ranch out here in Texas. So he was like, oh, yeah, I want a dog like that because I have all this space and everything for her to run, and it'll be good for my boys because they need a very active dog.
Another dog just sleeps on the couch every day.
Right, probably.
That's the way that works.
Esmo said, my dog barks at everything and thinks she is 25 pounds, but she's a 5-pound Yorkie. You have a Yorkie too. That's so cute.
10 foot tall and bulletproof, right?
But yeah, that was the thing too. So at one point, this was pre-Heath, I had Zoe the Pyrenees, right? So this giant dog.
All this talk about dogs. I think we need to check on ours.
I know. They've been really quiet.
I think he's still outside.
Oh.
Well, I went out earlier. Remember when I went through to use the bathroom? I
Oh.
went. It's just easier to go to our other room,
Uh-huh.
and I'm in the bathroom, and he comes walking in the bedroom.
Oh, so you let him out.
Yeah.
So anyways, I had Zoe, my Great Pyrenees, and then I had Delilah.
She's passed out.
Oh, yeah. And everybody knows Delilah, right? And then I had George, which was this little mixed poodle terrier. He was so cute though, but he weighed like maybe 9 pounds.
Where you going, buddy?
Soaking wet.
Boy, I'm
But
turning
he
the lights
had
up. Good
the
boy.
poodle legs, so he had real tall legs. And so I had those 3 dogs, and I always said what it was is Zoe, the Pyrenees, looked at George and thought she was as big as George. Because she's like, oh, that must be what I am. Because she would try to sit in your lap, and it's like, your head is too big for my lap. And then what George would do is he would look at Zoe, and he's like, yeah, I'm that big. I'm a 100-pound dog. And so he would have that attitude, and she would have. So it was just so cute. Let's see here. Charlotte said, secure the perimeter. Bluegrass Girl said, we had 2 Great Pyrenees on our sheep farm when I was a teenager, Apollo and Cleo.
Oh, nice.
Best dogs ever. Cleo was dog napped. Oh,
Aw.
no, Sarah. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna start cleaning up a little bit.
Oh.
This is starting to bother me.
I just love Pyrenees.
That was a really good dog. It's the first time I've ever owned one, and I loved her.
Yes. She was taken too soon.
And what do they say too? The most loyal dog you'll ever have is the one that finds you.
Right?
And she took to me so quick.
Yeah, she did. She freaking loved Heath. Shauna said, our family dog growing up was a Saint Bernard Great Pyrenees mix. Loved him.
Oh, wow.
Aww. How sweet. I bet he was so adorable. Shauna said, just the poor banana plants. Laugh out loud, right?
That's what we need to do.
Oh, yeah. Well.
Hold on, I'm getting it all together.
A brick. Shauna said, I read that one just now.
I got to go to my office, though, because the one I cut up the other day, I could just pour in there, too.
Oh, okay. What flavor is this?
I don't remember. Give me
so
just
we're doing the mocha cream.
I think it's the one I was eating on the other day, too. Oh, the porch light's on.
Cat said, all these doggy issues. Just get a cat, Shelly.
No.
Just kidding. I love dogs, too, but always end up with cats. Just easier, I guess. Well, I had cats, too, for a while. Well, for 16 years. I know. I love cats, too. My thing with cats, I love cats. Like I have a lot of friends that are always like it. Just like in the past 2 weeks, everybody's getting kitties, and seeing all these people with cats, and I'm like, oh, they're just so cute. But then, no. But then the thing is, I just hate the litter box thing, right? Like I don't want to have to clean a litter box. Now that I haven't had to clean a litter box, I don't want to have to clean a litter box.
You're retired.
Right. And
this one?
Yeah, that's fine. But
and then we
cats
can,
are so
where's that
sweet.
other thing?
Like Princess, I don't know if y'all I think
because look, we just do it on here, right? If it drips, so what?
Yeah. If y'all got to see Princess and Coco, but Princess was a wonderful, well, both the cats were wonderful, but Princess was just one of those, she's just so sweet, and she was like a lap cat, like perfect lap cat. Coco wasn't really a lap cat too much. She was more of a diva cat. So
yes.
she'd be like, if I want to be petted, I'll come to you for 2.5 seconds. But yeah, Princess loved to be on your lap.
Do you need a refill?
No, I'm good. Haley said, my neighbor's dog tries to eat me all the time. Oh no, but it comes into my yard to growl at me because they won't keep it on a leash. It's annoying. I can't even check the mail. Oh no, Haley, I'm sorry.
Those I hate bad owners.
Yes.
Because I can't hate on the dog for just being a dog.
Yeah, because they should be watching the dog better.
I only did 30 seconds. You want me to do longer?
And should. Oh no, that's doing good here already. Wow.
But that's that one I just cut up with a knife and just been chewing on it all week.
Right.
Snacking on it.
But
that's all the
they
remnants.
should have trained the dog better and then not just leave it outside where it gets off into other people's yards. Because we were kind of concerned for a while because our neighbor right here has some kind of, what did he say? It's like a Chihuahua?
I think. A mixed breed or something.
Yeah. A little tiny dog.
Some kind of mutt.
And so Samson's like, oh my gosh, there's a dog. And he wants to play because he loves all dogs. So he was starting to dig a little. I haven't noticed him digging anytime soon. But anyways,
I think they're trying to keep theirs up.
Yeah. So he started digging, and I got scared because I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want my dog to get in his yard and anything to happen to Sam just because he's trying to make a friend. And
we never have actually met or talked to him that much. And so I went over and introduced myself and made friends with them and everything. They're cool. Yeah. They're totally cool. They want to swap numbers and everything. We just haven't done it yet. But
we went over there and we were like, look, we're trying to curtail it. Like, we're putting bricks and stuff in the way. But, you know, if for some reason he ends up in your yard, please let us know. Because honestly, y'all, when we... a
little longer? Is that good?
I think this will be good. Honestly, y'all, sometimes when we wake up like at 4:30 in the morning and they want to go out, we let them out. And then we get back in bed and we might not wake up again until 6. And, I mean, we have a covered patio and everything, but still, that's a long time to leave them out there.
Right.
So if he starts digging, I was like, you know, please, if he digs and he gets in your yard for some reason, just, you know, come let us know. We'll come get him, you know. And so they were really cool, but it did freak me out because I was like, oh, don't you be doing that, Sam.
It was really weird, too, is we're on a corner lot, like I was telling y'all. So there's a neighbor there, a neighbor there, and there's another one over that away.
Yeah, catacorn.
Yeah. And we don't know which food. They haven't, the ones right behind us here, haven't lived there that long that I can remember anyways. But we have a couple of toys and like bouncy balls in our backyard. I don't know which yard
it is. Catacorner one.
I don't know exactly which yard it is, so I can't throw it back. I feel bad throwing it in the wrong yard.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn Rosie off until we go to bed.
Just pass it around until somebody decides to claim it.
All right.
But Shauna said, when I was really young, like 5, we had a pet flying squirrel.
Oh, wow.
Mom's husband found while he was falling trees in Washington. Oh, wow. How neat, Shauna. Those are adorable. Do you remember getting to play with it or anything? My grandfather actually had a pet squirrel. What had happened was, I mean, he never like brought it in, right? It was still like wild, but when it would come in the backyard, filled most of these up. It would come in the backyard and you can actually pet it and feed it. So somehow it had gotten trained, or it was fine, like having people feed it and pet it and everything. And there was a picture somewhere with me actually like petting or feeding the squirrel.
I had an old coworker of mine tell me that all a squirrel is just a rat with a good reputation.
Anyhow.
Right?
But they're so cute. But now you know why? I was like, why is there extra in this? Because
I put that extra in there.
Well, look, I don't have any more room in these.
Okay. Well, here, right here.
Okay. And then Casket said, like, can y'all imagine Jolly attacking someone? Let me stick my nose in your crotch. So threatening, right? Jolly. That would just be there. Oh, you know, there's a whole bunch over there.
I know, but I want to use this one. This is the Death Star.
Well, I don't think there's enough to fill the Death Star, baby.
Where's the other one at? Above your coffee?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch.
Okay.
But yeah, Jolly, please. Jolly would be like, I just want to be your friend. I mean, in case you find a dog following you around, nuzzling you, threatening. Bluegrass Girl said, then Animal Control found her 40 miles away. She jumped a 6-foot fence the night before we came to get her. Postman found her dropping off mail. 6 weeks later, she had bonded with a special needs child. Aww. Like, I think I'll just need this one.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say I can melt another one, and then we don't only have to do this once.
No. That's so sweet. Like, that's what I feel like with Great Pyrenees. They're so intelligent. Like, she first of all knew how to get away from her captors. She was like, well, BS, I ain't gonna stay with these weirdos. And then she was like, no, look, here's someone that actually needs me. I'm gonna stay with this person. Like, this is the one I'm meant for.
What do they call it? My familiar.
Right? That's just so awesome, though, that, she actually found a better place, or the best place for her. And then, let's see here.
So, yeah, another brick would fill that.
And then, trying to wipe some of this in here.
Oh, man.
You're full.
Yeah.
Freaking full.
I thought I was going to eat half of that rack of ribs, and I had maybe, 3 or 4? Oh, it's so good.
And then Casket said, and then never chewed your CPAP. Oh, that's right. He did chew my CPAP.
Well, I don't know if he was doing it malicious. I think he was doing it because it was your scent on it, and you weren't there.
He was like, it's a toy. Let me put my mouth on it.
Yeah.
Casket said, farmer's market, yes, but no, probably not eat before Brazilian steakhouse. Okay. Right.
Well, see, and they're closed on Sundays. So they're only open Tuesday through Saturday. Aren't they? Wednesday through Saturday. So that's fine. No, we don't have to. I'm fine with that.
And then Casket says, so Shelly, y'all need a greyhound now. I didn't hear a no.
Well, I'm not opposed to it. The only problem with getting more animals is we like to travel too much.
Yeah, we do.
That's the only downside to it, because I don't think it's fair to the dog.
Get this, y'all. I'm going to read this, and I'm going to tell you 2 good things I found out this week. Maitreya said, yeah, but poodles have such attitudes. Yes. Ma'am. Little George, which I thought George was just the best name for him.
Yeah.
But, yes.
He was a hellion.
Yes. He was such a stink pot. I was just like, and he's so funny. I actually filmed. I have somewhere, I think, on Facebook.
Find it. I want to see
it. Whenever I would feed him, now this is before I knew better, so they had dry food, he would take his dish and work it until he flipped it all over the floor, and then he would eat it. Like, what is wrong?
When we were moving on stuff around, there was something from the brick on the table, and I saw it, but now I can't find it. I lost it. Okay, thank you. Because what it is, it ends up looking a lot like the pieces of the granite, and I lose it. Y'all know how my eyesight's messed up. But I saw it, and I was going to clean it, and then all of a sudden it disappeared. But yeah, he would play with his food like that. It was pretty wild to watch him do it.
Casket said, as of now, arrive at departure time might be different. Casket said, cheaper is always good. Verbo is what I used in Austin before. Seemed the same. Bluegrass Girl said, love Verbo. So you like it because I know you said you use Airbnb. So you like, what's the difference between Verbo and Airbnb?
Because I'm wondering if it'll work for us like we use for Lyft and for Uber. Because what we'll both do, we have both apps on our phone, and we'll pull it up, and whoever's the cheapest and the closest is who will end up booking. Well, we'll do the same thing with this, huh?
That's what I did before. When I checked Verbo for KetoCon's visit, it was still higher than the Airbnb.
That's
like it was the same listing, but it was a little higher.
Oh.
So yeah, so that's why I'm just, because it's like the same place. Like both people post on both. That's why I'm like, well, which is the better one? like what makes Verbo better than Airbnb. But two positive things. So when Heath was talking about, having to put the dogs up.
Oh, yeah.
So found out through my job today that part of my health benefits is I actually get up to $150 towards Rover for pet care.
Bonus.
Pet boarding,
It's like every time you think you tell me a story about your job, it gets better and better.
I know. So
Seriously, I love this.
Next year, because we'll probably have to use Rover for the dogs while we're on the cruise. So I really want to keep them at the house and just have somebody come like 2 or 3 times a day. So at least that'd be $150 off.
I wish what's her name would get back to us. We had a girl that would come. She was via Rover.
That was for the cats.
Well, I know, but she would still though. But she just cut off all contact with us. We reached out to her. She disappeared.
But she just took care of cats.
Oh, okay then.
So it wouldn't matter now.
Okay.
But because on Rover you could select if you want a dog or a cat, and she just did cats.
Okay.
But anyways, so I was like, ooh, that's awesome. And then the other thing is, if y'all remember, when we went on the cruise, we went to Universal, and those tickets are pricey. Well, my company also has a fitness reimbursement program, right? Fitness. So I was like, oh, whatever, fitness. I was like, that's gyms and stuff. Well, we had a meeting this week, and my head boss, he was like, yeah, y'all need to use this fitness thing. Like, I was using it. It helped cover, like he said, they went on a hot air balloon or something, and it helps cover the price. I don't know. He's like, there's all kinds of things. It's not just for a gym. He's like, you can use it for, going to the zoo, aquariums, amusement parks, purchasing bikes, all this stuff. He's like, so check it out. I checked it out, and it was like, yeah, it covers amusement park. And so all I had to do was submit the receipt, which of course I save it. And I had the receipt from May, and I submitted it, and they reimbursed only up to $350. Like, that's the yearly maximum.
Still,
but
a little bit helps.
$50. I mean, it's taxable income. That's fine.
Now we can go get coffee.
Yeah. But so now, because those tickets were crazy expensive, but at least now I'm getting part of that money back.
Will they consider the cruise an amusement park?
Right? Well, it's only $350 annually.
Still.
But yeah, I was like,
that's an excursion.
So I submitted that Wednesday. As soon as he said, I looked it up, and I was like, oh my gosh, I went to an amusement park. And I submitted it, and the next day, Thursday, they sent me an email, and they said, it's approved. I'm like, oh my gosh. They said, yes, you get the deposit the next week. I was like, oh my gosh. It's the little things, y'all. It's the little things. Casket said, I agree. Some scrubs are comfy as I spend most of my time in them, but not PJ worthy. Bluegrass Girl said, many list on Verbo and Airbnb. Just use both venues, right? Shauna said, big enough. I got lost in the hallway and didn't see any people. I'm not sure that will help. Laugh out loud.
Right?
Can you imagine being
That's right. Because remember, she made new friends.
I know. Well, that was a KPL.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Never mind. That also, yeah.
Oh, Cask said the Blue Man Group here in 2 weeks. Oh, wow. Exposing Darkness said, how much do these cruises cost?
Well, it depends on what you want to do.
So let me put this. If you're looking at a window to a balcony for 2 people, you're looking at about $2,000 for 2 people. So,
but that's also all of your food included
right.
too, though.
So that is for a 7-day cruise, but go to low carb cruise. Just Google low carb cruise 2023. Debbie's the one who does it. She has on there where you can get like a price quote. But basically, the $2,000 means that's gratuities. I always prepay gratuities, taxes. It's a 7-day cruise. So if you got a hotel for 7 days, you get your hotel, your room, you get all of your food. Like, there's so much food. I mean, you can always pay extra for certain food, but there's plenty of free or included food options. All of the entertainment is included. So the ice skating shows, the aqua shows, the Broadway shows, all of those are included.
Love and Marriage show.
Right, the Love and
That's
Marriage
my favorite
show.
one.
And then there's all kinds of activities going on all on the ship at all times. And you can just do what you want. You have a room steward who comes and takes care of your room every day. So if you're like, oh, I like my room freshened up, it'll be made before you get back from breakfast. And the only thing you would pay besides that is we do have 3 ports. So it depends on what you want to do at those ports. Now, you could either just walk around the ports. Those are free. But if you wanted to do a specific excursion, then, that's going to be extra. Melissa said, my dogs are mutts. Aw. Maka is 45-ish pounds and has a great personality generally, but I was not surprised to learn she has Chihuahua too. Wow. Because every once in a while she gets that attitude. That's cute. I generally have mutts too. I mean, Delilah is a mutt, Sam's a mutt, but oh, that's so sweet.
The only reason why you knew about Zoe is because you got her from a breeder, right?
Yeah, I actually got her from a farm.
Yeah.
And it was somebody I didn't work directly with them, but at a company I worked at forever. She also had a farm on the side. That's what her husband did. They raised doves and goats. And so they needed a Pyrenees because of their goats. And then she, ended up, she was like, well, we got to have a Pyrenees. We might as well breed them. And then that's how I got Zoe. Bluegrass Girl said, Oasis of the Sea sunk in 2009 at Baltic Sea, but now it's back. Bizarre. What? I have to look that up. Melissa said, I did Airbnb with my dogs. It was great. I don't think I'd take them to the hotel because they're used to space. That's my main thing because I like posted because, again, I'm just a little salty with them right now. But every visit we've been to we've stayed at quite a few and it's been great. And that's the main reason I choose them is because we travel with our dogs. So I think when you have dogs, it's nice because they have a yard and it's really nice to let them out in the yard, let them run and play. And yeah, they're used to having a house. So that's kind of the benefit of an Airbnb or Vrbo versus a hotel. It's usually quieter. They have a yard and then, they can relax there.
Well, only one I've ever really was mad about, whatever, was that one guy that kept wanting to come over and visit with us, remember? I think he was just lonely.
That was in Ohio.
Yeah, that was just weird, though.
And Avon Lake in Maitreya is still here. But yeah, he was all new to it. He was like, I'm flipping these houses.
I think he was just lonely.
Yeah, and he's just like, I just love meeting my guest. And I'm like, oh.
We don't like meeting our host.
I know. I was like, oh, please. Especially there. Is food included or do you have to pay extra? So
yes and no.
Yeah, the food. So basically, the buffet is included. And I'm going to tell you, for breakfast, the easiest thing is the buffet.
Yes.
It's just easier to go get your sausage, your eggs, your boiled eggs. Heath, he has to have boiled eggs. He's still got boiled eggs every single day.
I would honestly recommend doing the omelet bar.
Oh, yeah.
Versus getting the scrambled eggs that are on the buffet.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how clean they really are, honestly.
But the omelet bar, that's included. So the buffet's included. What they call the main dining room, that's included. So the main dining room on sea days is open usually for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're always open for dinner. And in fact, if you go with the cruise, we're going to have a set. It's the early dinner, which I'm not always that happy with. I'm just eating at 5 o'clock. It's just so early to me. But anywho, That's all included. And I'm telling you, the food is great. Go watch some of our cruise videos. You can see some of the food options.
Because what's awesome too about that, especially when you're eating in the main dining room, you can order 2 and 3 entrees if you want. We've actually done one where we were carnivore, and that's all we ordered was the meats in the dining room.
Yeah. And so
and they'll give you as much as you want.
Yeah. So like at dinner, Heath would often order, and again, it's included. So he would order the shrimp cocktail, the escargot.
Yeah, that's what I did on this last cruise.
Yeah. And then for the main meal, he would, whatever the beef option was of the night, and sometimes tell him 2, or he would get, I'm going to have the beef and the chicken option. You know, they would fancy it up, but he might get those 2, or sometimes they would have a seafood, and he's like, I've never tried that fish before. I'll order that too.
Yeah. And
they bring it to you. Then you can also get dessert, and great dessert option for keto is the cheese plate. Or you can ask for just berries and heavy cream. Now, mind you, there will be a little sugar in the heavy cream. So you pick and choose. You could do just berries if you wanted.
When they first started the first night, or a couple of nights,
yeah,
they gave us an assortment of berries, and then near the end, it was just the strawberries.
Yeah,
but they're also on a boat, so I don't know how much they can restock.
Right. So again, that's all included.
Yeah, and it was perfectly fine.
There's an adults only area called the solarium, and it's basically the same thing that's in the main buffet area. It's also a buffet. It's just smaller and condensed. But some people like going to the solarium, especially day 1, because it's not going to be as busy. And then I'm trying to think. There's also usually some kind of grill that you go to for lunch. Like there's a couple other options where it's all included. But of course, they do have lots of extra restaurants where you can go, like Johnny Rockets or a steakhouse. Yeah, those are extra.
But you don't have to go there.
But you don't have to. And honestly, I wouldn't even say it's really worth it. And then there is a cafe usually on the promenade where you can get like sandwiches and salads. And it's kind of Subway style. So you'll go up there and you'll tell them exactly, hey, I want this sandwich, just no bun. Like we did that because I forget the name of the sandwich, but it's supposed to be like the best sandwich on the ship. So we just went up there and said, no, just give me the meat. And it was like a German mustard sauce.
Oh, yeah, that one was really good.
Yeah, just give us that. And then you tell them, okay, and on a salad, give me this. Do all that ham, all that chicken, all that cheese. Oh, the light go up?
Yeah.
It probably burned out because we leave it on all the time.
We'll leave you on all the time.
Casket said, cruise cost is one thing, but then you have to budget for excursions and food, coffee, beverage. Well, coffee is included. So, like for breakfast, if you go to the buffet, you can get coffee there. You can also have coffee sent to your room. That's included. And then the beverage packages, that's if you're going to be a soda drinker. So if you want the sodas, then yeah, you're going to have to pay for it. So you either factor in paying for it out of pocket for each drink, or you get the package, and basically if you drink more than 3 a day, the package pays for itself. They're the freestyle machines. But here's my thing. Royal Caribbean does allow a 12-pack per cabin of whatever soda or beverage that you want to bring on board. So, like for this trip, we'll just bring Zevias for Heath.
So the problem, though, is the only Zevias I can find are 10 packs.
Yeah.
I'm allowed up to 12.
Well, we might try to sneak on 2. But, because remember, they didn't seem that picky.
Yeah.
At least out in Florida. But
Well, I'm thinking about still getting a drink package, though. But
oh.
I'm thinking about it. Because I also get a souvenir cup.
We have enough souvenir cups. The other day you said no, so I wasn't factoring in.
We're not.
Budget.
I'm just looking. I'm just thinking.
But yeah, excursions, again, it just depends on what you want to do. Like, so for me, honestly, we have been to these ports so many times. Like it's Cozumel, Roatan, and Costa Maya.
Basically, our home port here, so
Yeah,
we've done it.
yeah. So Cozumel, I don't care about doing any excursion there because I've done them all dozens of times.
We'll probably just stay on the cruise.
Right. We'll either stay on the ship or we might get out, walk around the port, and then get back on because the Cozumel port's rather big. So you can do that.
Because that's the one we used to go to Mr. Sancho's, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's not keto now.
Well, I mean, you can. You could just get fajitas. And
Yeah, no. It's not worth the money.
Well, the main reason we went there because it was all the alcohol included.
Yeah, yes. That's what I'm saying. It's not keto. It's not worth it.
We ended up on the ship happy.
Yeah.
But, so it just depends. But again, it's 3 ports, so just decide on what excursions you would feel like doing. Let's see. Lisa says, I am feeling like I should get a window room now. I feel like we won't spend a lot of time in the room. And honestly,
that's true.
You don't really typically.
We don't anyways.
Yeah, we don't. Well, let me do it this way. I found on the low carb cruise, we weren't in the room except for sleeping or changing. Because again, just like at Keto Palooza, Lisa, you saw us like
we're out and
we
about.
just wanted to go out and hang out and talk with everybody. So, on the cruise, we're going to be annoying you, right? Because we'll just hang out with whoever, or we'll just sit out somewhere in a public area till somebody comes by and it's
a good time to bring this up. Remember I was telling you about my boss telling me we need to get walkie-talkies?
Yeah.
We need to set that up with the group.
Oh, yeah.
Because what it is, y'all, we found out on this last cruise that if you want to use the chat features, it was a daily, right?
Yeah.
You have to pay for that. That's an extra. But this cruise line, my boss, I just recently changed and I have a new supervisor now, but she was telling me about it. This is her favorite cruise line. She has like a group of like 20 people she goes with on a yearly trip with. And then what they do to get around that is they all bought a group package, a big set of walkie-talkies. So then like me and Shelly would carry one, and because if you buy them in a pair anyways, somebody else will have the other one. So we can still communicate with each other, like if we want to meet up and go to dinner or whatever. So we should probably all band together and buy a group package of them.
Yeah. Well, as Sarah said something today, I don't think you've been on your phone to check, but it's something called Tile. And it's a way you can, like, if I'm like, oh, where did Heath go? I can pull up Tile and be like, oh, he's over here. And then I can find you.
It's like a tracking device.
I think so. So I was going to look at that later.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah. So on the low carb cruise, no. And then on sea days, you're at the conference most of the time. Mm-hmm. So again, you're not really in your room. Now, I have gone on cruises that I consider just a relaxed cruise. Mm-hmm. Yeah, on those cruises, we were in our room most of the time. Like the one Carnival cruise where we got the cabana suite.
Yes, we loved that.
That suite was so nice. Like we didn't even really go to any of the shows.
Because I enjoyed our room so much.
We loved the cabin so much because it had an actual.
It was like a little apartment.
Walk-in shower.
Yeah.
Like on a cruise that's unheard of. But it was a full shower, double sinks, and then it had the nice, like the cabana colored room, and then it had an extra seating area, and then the balcony had like a hammock. And then you had your own private, everybody who
entrance.
Had a cabana room had their own private hot tubs and bar area. So we would just like freaking, let's go to the hot tub. And we just chill there, chit-chatting with other people. Like that was such a relaxing cruise.
It was like a private group, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like anytime I went outside of the cabana area.
I was like, gin pop.
I was like, it's too crowded. Get me back to my room. Like I'd be like, there's too many people because it was a big freaking ship.
Somebody was a little bougie on that trip.
I was a little bougie, but yeah, that was really nice. Now that cruise, yeah, I stayed in my room most of the time. But again, we weren't with a group. We weren't with friends. We weren't with family. We just wanted to have a week together, one-on-one, and we didn't care about anybody else. Melissa said, cruises have so much to do. You're never in your room. It's just a bedroom, really. I actually think they're probably bigger than the bedroom in my house. Wow, that's awesome. Kelly's here. Hey, Kelly.
Hey.
She goes, have you heard of Keto Krack'd?
No.
What is that? No, I have not.
Do I need to?
Bluegrass Girl said, like, we added the Brazilian steakhouse for $30, but usually $45 special rate. I know. That's a great rate.
That's
so
true,
on
too.
this cruise ship, there is actually a Brazilian steakhouse.
And it's standard, too, right? Where it's all you can eat.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's what I think. I mean, the price for that, I mean, $45 for a Brazilian is actually pretty good.
The going rate here is $75 a head.
Right. So the fact that Debbie got us a special rate for $30, I mean, that's already booked. So I'm sorry. Don't think you're she doesn't have any openings because those went fast. But $30. So you see, even the extra isn't really that extra. Shauna said, last time I paid extra for a balcony room, I went on the balcony a total of 3 times. Saving money with inside cabin, next door kitty corner from Heath and Shelly with Sarah.
Right.
Yeah, so that way Shauna can't get lost. I'll be like, no, Shauna, we got to turn this way. Because a lot of times what would happen.
You're the chaperone now.
Right. On the last cruise, we would all get in the elevator. And then we would depart to our rooms, and Shauna would get off on her floor, and then she'd get off and go, I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. And I'm like, I don't know where your cabin is. And then she'd be wandering around trying to get
That's what Sarah's saying. That's where you can find that for her.
Right.
So
and then
Shauna.
Now it'll be like, no, Shauna, this way. Bluegrass Girl said, and we have a window. I know. You do.
On our last cruise, this last year's, we had a window, but the way it was curved and the cutout on it there, we had enough room underneath the window there. I could leave both of our luggages out open the whole time, and it was not in our way. I loved it.
Wow.
Because usually we have to unpack the luggage, fold it back up, put it together, and put it under the bed. Here, we left it out the whole time.
Know,
it was
nice.
amazing. I mean, I had to crawl and hunch over to get to it, but it was awesome.
It was. John's here. Hey, John.
Hey, brother.
Said, I absolutely love the Holy Haddock decoration set you have. What is that? My neighbor Denise works for the company. I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just fill us in, please.
Bluegrass Girl said, yes, per room detail we do. Oh, that's awesome. Lisa said, I see you can reserve Samba now and make a reservation for us on day 3. Yay!
Oh, wow.
Oh, shoot.
What?
We forgot. Shauna has a giveaway.
That's right.
Sorry.
You want to do it next week then?
Should we do it next week? Do you
Since
want to do
it's
it
late.
now and then do it at the beginning? And then that'll be fun because we'll have a special guest next weekend and she'll give it away.
And remind us next week at the beginning.
Yeah.
Please.
Text me. Casket said, well, Jolly kind of did find his way to me. He was returned 3 times on adoption attempts due to his vision deficits.
Defects.
No, it's not defects.
Huh.
Deficits.
So some people were just, no, I don't want him.
I know.
He seemed like such a sweetheart.
Who better than a therapist to have a pup like that?
Right?
That's right.
It's kismet. What is this?
Let's see. And then shot it to the screenshot of me.
Wow, look at their eyes.
Oh, 2 Crazy Ketos showed up. Hey! I'm way behind. So
which one is it?
Everyone on the way home from the football game.
Oh.
Great game. The team that won was 0-7, and they had a crucial stop on 1-yard line with 12 seconds to go. Wow. That's awesome.
So you're ear hustling on the way home? Thanks, brother.
Right. That's awesome. Thanks, Joe. Casket said, your kitties were like my Cleo. Perfect indoor-outdoor cat. She behaved like a dog at potty time and bedtime.
Aww.
Sports ball talk. Casket said, now I can't leave my hounds out without me because local rednecks still say, are them there, deer? So I don't want to go to jail if someone shoots my hound. Right?
I don't blame you with them rednecks.
No. That would be so sad.
It is still Texas.
Right, because oh my gosh, does somebody hurt my dog? Yeah, Heath better hold me back. Two Crazy Ketos. Joe said, I can't even get Rachel to go to a game with me. Aw. Well, what is it? Absence makes the heart grow fond.
I'll go with you, Joe.
Right? There you go. Shauna said, we could pet it, but he mostly lived in tapestries. Mom had tacked to the ceiling circa 70. Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Huh.
Oh, are we going on 4 hours?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. You've been
Bluegrass
chatty.
Girl said, so we let the family keep Cleo. Her mate Apollo had passed away the year prior. Oh, we kept in touch. She was 10 miles from home.
Yeah. That's how he was able to tune in after the game, because the games usually last 3 to 4 hours.
That's right. He's like, look, these crazy people are still on.
And they call us Purdue crazies.
I know. Strong said, next year my employer will be subsidizing Rover services for you too.
Wow, that's awesome.
Awesome. So they must have got like some kind of a deal with like the company.
So I need to check and see what kind of stuff we get too then.
Yeah.
We need to look it up.
Double.
Yeah.
Because mine, I think it's called Bright Horizons is the company.
We'll bring up that stuff tomorrow and look at it.
Shauna said, I never met a cat named Rover. Casket said, I just need to arrange for vacay time to come stay at y'all's place. Yes, and also count for time with y'all. Didn't have enough time built last year, but will now. Woo!
Yes, please.
Yeah.
I'll smoke you another brisket.
22Q Cat said, great job, Perk Shelly. I'm just, y'all,
I'm just so happy for her.
Happen, like, it's like
a bonus.
Well, it's like blessings.
Yes.
Because like so many times I'm like, okay, I know I'm gonna need this, or this happened or something. I'm like, oh my gosh, where's the money gonna come? And then all of a sudden, either because of y'all supporting us and watching our YouTube channel, leaving comments, giving us thumbs up, we get paid from YouTube, and I'm like, oh, thank you. Like,
I love this too. I need to tell them all thank you for this also. I don't remember if it was last week or week before or whatever, when you had mentioned comments help. We've had several people go in and leave multiple comments on the same day within minutes of each other just to help us get more comments. We thank y'all so much.
Oh, so nice. And then plus it makes our day because it's like, we got so many comments. And
all right, come sit down and read them with me.
I know. So yes, we love it, y'all. And so things like the YouTube, and then when I found out the amusement park tickets, like $350 is a big deal. Like that's a lot of money.
That's a tank of gas.
Right. But that's a lot of money to me. And to know that that's coming next week, it's just like, I'm just so happy. Anyhow, I'm just like, okay, good. Now I feel like it's times when you're like, okay, I could take a breath for a second and know that it's going to be okay. Right. But it's just sometimes seeing that you're like, oh, that's so good. Let's see. 22K Cat said, no, scrubs are definitely not PJs. I wore them for my job for years. I had a brand new pair of the pants left over and just thought I'd sleep in them. Nope. Ooh, it was just so wrong. Laugh out loud. Oh, goodness.
The closest I've ever had was painter scrubs. It was like the full suit you put on when you paint. That's the closest I've ever had to that.
That sounds awful.
I know, but I'm not wearing that to bed.
No, I don't like things constraining. In fact, I don't know if Renee remembers, the skeleton sweatpants we have.
Oh, yeah, you were wearing those today, and you didn't wear them very long.
No, it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And look who's not paying attention.
What? Your phone's breaking up again.
But anyways, I wore them yesterday, right? All day. Because it was, it's been a little chilly. But the thing is, I just don't like when my shirts get close to my neck. And
Me either. That's why I don't like the 2Xs.
But I was really thinking, and I almost did it. I almost took scissors to those sweatpants, and I was just going to cut like this. Because I was like, just so it
I've done that before.
go close to my neck.
I've done that before.
Casket says, so for someone who is a cruise curious, and a few excursions and such, just figuring folks want to know what's the lowest you can spend and highest for a memorable cruise. I mean,
that's such a loaded question, though.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Okay, here's the thing. The low carb cruise, when they book those, are typically peak seasons.
Yes.
Because anytime after May until September is peak season for cruises. Because that's when most schools are out. That's when families are going to travel. Yeah. So I don't ever prefer to travel during that time.
Because we get cheaper discounts.
Yeah. I prefer October, the early part of November, January.
Which would be perfect. She can go for her birthday.
Right, in February. And don't ever do spring break. That's a nightmare.
Or Christmas.
Right, and then April, right? Those are the slowest because think of it. Most people aren't going to book in April or February or January because they're going to want to go with their family in May or June. And then plus in October and the beginning of November, they just finished all of their family trips. So they're not taking a cruise or they're saving to go on one for the holidays.
Or the summer, yeah.
So we have gone on those cruises during that time for less than $1,000 for two people with a window. We did a window for less than that for a week.
There, you're just gonna have to do your homework and just do some research,
right?
And then price compare, basically.
Right. If you go at their lowest points, you can get a cruise for like less than $50 a day per person. Or I would say the highest, like when we did the Cabana suite. Now again, that was a suite. I think we spent like I'm thinking 30. Or not 30, 3,000, maybe 3,500 on that cruise.
But it also helped that we had rewards and we were members. What's the thing? Stockholders.
We were platinum guests.
We use our connections basically.
But that was a suite. That was 7 days.
Bougie.
On one of the newest ships Carnival had at the time. And yeah, we did Carnival. It got to the point because I just don't care for their food in their main room. So we ate at all of the specialty restaurants every single night.
That is an extra, but it was worth it.
But that's why that cruise was so expensive because we did all of that.
Where is the closest port for her?
It would be Galveston.
Because I'm just wondering, don't they still do 3 and 4 day cruises?
I think they stopped at 3.
Okay. Because I was thinking instead of her committing to a 7 day, then she would know if she likes cruises anyways.
Right. You could do a shorter cruise. Just keep in mind on shorter cruises, like 4 and 5 day cruises, you're going to get generally more crowded because most people are like, well, I could take a 4 day, because you go on the weekend, they only have to take 2 days off work.
Right.
You know? But yeah, so you can go higher than that if you want to go to the highest. But to me, every cruise is memorable.
Yes.
Like our cheapest budget cruise, we're just gonna go, was very memorable.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say it did any difference by going on the really, all bougie sweet cruise.
I think a part of that though, reason why. She is super, super attentive. And like she says, what is it, type A or whatever? You will do your research first and find the best deals and the best options for everything.
Yeah.
And research and find the best excursions.
Yeah. Like when we did the transatlantic cruise, we actually, and that was a brand new ship, so it was its first time coming across.
So they gave us a discount because of that too.
Yeah, and it was a transatlantic, so we did it for less than, I think it was less than $1,500. Now that didn't include the excursions, but what we did there, is we actually made our own excursions for most of the ports.
Or we just get and walk around the port.
Because in Europe, everything is so walkable, you don't have to go on an excursion. So we just planned it out ahead of time. So we didn't pay for excursions. But that one, was it 8 days?
I think so.
Or was it 10? It might have been.
Or was that? No, wait, that was the 12, I thought.
Maybe it was 12 days because there's a transatlantic. Because I know there were several days that we were just at sea.
Like 2 or 3, yeah. Back
but
to back.
I got a really good deal on that. And so that was probably my best deal.
Because that's one where they have to move the ship anyways. So they're giving it to you at a reduced rate.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't want to be stuck at sea for several days at a time.
We were
people
fine with
like the ports, but we've cruised enough. We're like, no, we love sea days. So that one, yeah, I thought it was a steal.
Yeah.
Now, of course, we had to pay for a plane ticket and everything, which was fine.
The semantics.
Was a steal, though. Okay, Bluegrass Girl said, ignore me. I had wrong ship. Icon of the Seas, the new ship they're launching, the Big Mama. Yeah, that's the huge one. Casket said, give me the escargot for melted butter. 10 pounds of escargot later.
That's what I would do.
Great. Yeah, tell me what you did with it.
I would dip I would save it because they kept trying to take it from me. I would hold it and dip my steaks in it. Or actually, I would because I would always order 2 or 3. Me and Brian both would do it. We'd order 2 or 3 of the shrimp cocktails, and then I'd dip my shrimp in the butter. Because I almost had to take my fork or my knife and tell them not to take my escargot. I want that butter.
Right. Brightwood said that would be an absolute base. Then if you add excursions, if you want a specialty restaurant. Right. So it really just depends on how budget. And this would be my recommendation to a new cruiser. Don't do all the bougie restaurants.
Don't. It's not worth it.
Stick with the restaurants that are included. The reason I say that, then you know what you get included. Then on your second cruise, because there'll be a second, then you could say, now I'll try it, and you could compare the difference. I really feel like if you go to the specialty restaurants on your first cruise, your expectations are going to be falsely set so high. Then when you go on another cruise and you're like, oh, I really got to watch my budget this time, you're going to be really disappointed.
And also, I think being keto too, it's not really on, in my opinion anyways, it's not worth the specialty restaurants because of all the carbs that are loaded up in there and that are included with you. Yeah. Whereas in the main dining room, they will give you multiple plates of the meat.
Yeah.
Whereas in the specialty restaurants, they won't.
Right. And
it's a prefix dinner.
Yeah. Yes, that's what it is. So on a specialty restaurant, it's prefix. So they're going to give you a menu and you choose an appetizer, you choose an entree, you choose a side or 2, and then you get dessert. That's all included for the price. Well, me, because you know how I am with money, if I'm like, well, I'm paying $30 for this restaurant, but I'm not going to get the dessert or the sides, well, now I'm not getting half of what's included. Then I feel like I'm getting cheated because I can't say, well, just give me 2 entrees. They'll be like, no, that's not how it works.
But in the dining room, they can.
But the difference is in the dining room, it's a flat iron steak versus the upscale is a ribeye. So you see the difference there.
And now in the dining room, you can pay to add a ribeye if you want.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be as good a deal as at the steakhouse. But then what's a good deal if you're getting all the garbage?
Right. And then what I've done, I haven't done it on Royal, but I know on Carnival all the time, whatever we did, the specialty restaurants, and they would say, okay, this is what's included. Then they would come out with extras. Oh, the chef wanted you to try this, and it would be a one sample thing.
Yeah.
Well, nowadays it'd be like, well, okay, but I don't want whatever this sugar bomb is or whatever you put in this one bite thing.
This fancy, what is it? Tater tot or whatever.
Right. Lisa said, we're paying about $1,400 for her and her son in an inside room. Okay, that has the tips and conference price both. There you go. Not included is the hotel room, shuttle to and from the boat, and pre-cruise dinner. Right, yeah, all this stuff outside the cruise. See, that's about normal for two people, especially with the conference. Yeah. Strong said, night all. I can't keep my eyes open.
Good night.
Oh, good night.
I think I just caught my
Stacey.
second wind.
Oh, wow. Casket said, I think if you've never traveled, these events are perfect. Myself, I've traveled the world and have discovered where I'd rather spend money on deeper and more unique.
Oh.
I don't know, because I mean, we've traveled the world, like literally, and I still love cruising.
Yes.
I mean, I see the value to both. Like, we love to road trip because, again, we've been to all 50 states.
Because, like, a good example for that, we did a New England cruise.
Yeah.
We were very, very disappointed in it, and we had more fun driving that, basically the same route.
Yeah.
Because we could get out and do things more on our own leisure.
Yeah. I mean, not that the cruise was bad. We enjoyed the cruise
Yeah.
still. But you don't get as much time in the ports.
On that particular cruise.
Right. Whereas, here in the States, New England, we could just drive up there and then you got to spend time in each place.
Yeah.
Where you're not like confined to a schedule. Now, when we did the transatlantic, because that went through Spain and Portugal and all, I felt like we had plenty of time in each of the cities.
Same thing with the World Cruise, where sometimes we were there overnight.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was a whole different cruise, though.
Yeah, that's a whole different cruise. But yeah, so some cruises will do overnight cruises. And
Again, you just have to shop and find the one you want.
And here's the thing, too. This is my thoughts, and I could be completely wrong. Most of the cruises is, okay, let me do this. Let me rephrase. If you're going on a cruise out of Galveston or anywhere here in the South, that's a Caribbean cruise.
Yes.
A Caribbean cruise, I really feel like that's the best way to see the Caribbean.
Yes.
I personally could not see myself flying to Jamaica and staying there a week. I would have much more fun on a cruise because you get all of the cruise stuff. I get some time in Jamaica. I get some time in Cozumel. I get some time in, Costa Mob, whatever the other one would be. So I have time at those each ports where I'm not stuck on one island for that time period of vacation. So I think for the Caribbean, the cruise is it's a good way to see a lot of the Caribbean in a short amount of time and not have to deal with airlines. And what I like about the cruise too is, you get the ports, which is great to see that. But I do enjoy the actual cruise setting itself. I enjoy the shows. The shows are always amazing. I enjoy just I like being able to get on board, take my suitcase, unpack for the week. Once, and know it's all there. And I like just the atmosphere of a cruise ship. There's just so many options on what you want to do, when you want to do it. So to me, that's a much more leisurely vacation. Yeah. But again, we're not like beach people. I know some people who fly to Cozumel or Cancun because they just want to hang out on the beach for a week. If that's your thing, if you're like, look, if I'm going to go to the Caribbean, I just want to hang out on the beach, then fly to it. But if you actually want to go and do other things and see multiple places and also get to be on a ship where you have your entertainment included and your food included, then do a cruise.
And then one of the main things I always look forward to on a cruise, it may sound silly or not, but
here it comes.
The Love and Marriage show.
Yeah, that show is hilarious.
Because it's always three couples, a newlywed with someone that's been married, how many years usually? The middle.
Well, it just depends. Anywhere from 7 to 20.
Depends on who's on board and who volunteers. Because it's all made up by volunteers from the audience. And there's always a couple that's been married over 50, 60 years.
And they are usually the funniest.
I know, and it's so hilarious because it's very much rated R. Like they ask really risque questions. And then oh my goodness, y'all, I just love it. It's so freaking hilarious.
It's probably my favorite show on the ship.
Brightwood said the only cruise I was ever on was one for the TV show Highlander.
Oh, wow.
We met the actors and had a great time.
That sounds like amazing.
Yeah. Casket said, just like Heath and Shelly, no cruises.
You know what I really want to do a cruise? I don't know if you'd enjoy it as much, but I want to, because you know I'm a big fan of Chris Jericho, right? He has a cruise of Jericho because he has his band. They play concerts. They has other bands that go on stage with them. I mean, give concerts too. And then he has some of the wrestlers going and they do shows and stuff there too. That sounds amazing. But I just don't know if you'd even be interested in it at all. Plus, I don't remember. I think I'm looking at the pricing on it years ago, but I don't know. Even Kiss has a cruise.
All right, Sharon said, you could put a tile on me. Laugh out loud. That's true. Jackie said, our last cruise, we had 2 deluxe packages and 2, and then it ended. I she commented again. Shauna said, I don't want to carry around a walkie-talkie. If we have internet, we can use Messenger.
But you can't.
I don't remember. Did the Messenger work? And
no.
Casket said, oh my God, imagine if I was in one of those little groups.
Huh?
Uh-oh, what little groups was that?
I don't know, I missed it.
Bluegrass Girl said, if you have cruise internet, does chat not work? If you have cruise internet, the cruise chat feature is an extra.
Yeah.
So you have to buy that on top of the internet package.
Right. Or just use Facebook.
Yeah. And the one thing I don't like about the cruise chat feature is it doesn't ding or give you notifications. You have to go into the app to check to
and manually check yourself.
Right. And so then if like I can't find Shauna, I just have to hope that Shauna will open the app and look at it. And then if they don't buy it, then you can't message them anyways.
Right. That's why the walkie-talkie.
Carrie's still here. Hey, Carrie.
Hey.
Haley said, have a good weekend. You too,
too.
Haley. Stay safe from the dog.
Damn, it's almost 11.
Oh, shoot. It is.
What are we doing?
Oh, wow. Reichman said it was. We followed up a couple years later by going to Europe for one of their get-togethers. That's when I broke the bank and flew on the Concorde. Lifetime dream.
Right?
Wow, that sounds amazing.
That does.
Wow.
Goals.
Casket said, dang, even in Austin was $40 to $50. I know. Casket, I think if I had a balcony room, I'd sleep. Girl,
a lot of people do that, actually.
And she said outside.
Well, you can do that, too.
I mean, you can. I mean, we've gotten a...
They'll have a lounge, a little...
lounge chair.
Yeah.
We'll go out there, and I have definitely taken a nap in the lounge chair.
Uh-huh.
Shauna said, I didn't know we had a window bonus. Right? Jackie said, our last cruise, we bought 2 deluxe packages, 2 refreshment, 1 excursion on Carousel, rented a car in Aruba, and just snorkeled on perfect day. If you exclude the drink packages and the GoPro I got, I probably spent $1,500 for 4 people for the excursion.
Wow.
1 extra dinner at Brazilian dinner, an 8-night cruise. That's a good deal.
That's a really good deal.
Yeah.
Kudos to you.
She said, you can definitely spend a lot less or a lot more and have a good time either way. Exactly. That's how I feel.
It just all depends on what you want to do, too.
Right. Because, like, I really feel like on this cruise, like Cozumel, I just don't see the point of doing an excursion there.
No, we've done it too many times.
Yeah, I find with walking around the port, getting back on the ship, which would be nice and quiet.
No.
And maybe we'll even go to the pool or something.
Prior to keto, I would be excited about going back there. But that's because I had different wants and needs back then.
Right. We would be doing Mr. Sancho's.
Yes, because what that is, if you're keen to it, it is an all-inclusive resort thing that you do pay, but it's all you can eat, all you can drink, including alcohol.
And it's a beach.
And it's
a
beach.
Private beach. They only allow up to, I think, 100 guests per day. and they have like actual bed loungers, like
Yeah.
it's covered with the netting all around it. They have servers so you can lay on the bed on the beach.
And they'll bring
with
you
the curtains closed, so who knows what goes on if the curtains are closed. But if you open the curtains, then a waiter will come by, bring you drinks, bring you food, bring you whatever the freak you want. And then they have a beach with all kinds of water activities in there.
We used to hang out in the pool, and they had a
Yeah.
little separate section where you could go and sit in the pool at the bar, and they would
Yeah.
bring you food and drink right there while you're still sitting in the pool.
Yeah, so the bar is like this big bar, so they have some swinging like swing chairs on the outside in the sand that you could sit at the bar, or in the pool. It was like wrapped around, and you could sit at the bar in the pool. And so we would literally get there, put our stuff in a locker, we would sit in the pool, order drink after drink. Like they would make like their special drinks, so you'd be
Margaritas.
like, okay. Well, yeah, of course, margaritas, but I'd be like, oh, I want the banana slut. And like they have funny names for them.
We'd actually there was 10 drinks. I'd go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Next.
Yeah.
And then I would be like, well, what do you think? I'm like, oh, I don't know. What do I want? And the guy would be like, oh, you're a redhead. Let me get you this. It's the redheaded one, gotta be, or, some risque name. And he's like, let me make it up for you. And so they would have all those drinks. And I mean, literally, we would get there, basically right off of the ship. And we would stay until like 3 o'clock. And then we'd take the taxi. Like you'd be like, okay, we got to stay at least sober enough to walk to the taxi, take the taxi, get back on the ship, and basically pass out until dinner time.
Yeah. That was our excursion for that day.
Yeah.
I don't see us doing that now.
No.
And then also, it's tacos, nachos. So that's all carbs.
I think they had other things. Oh, no, remember they had the coconut shrimp.
Still, it's going to be carby.
Well, yeah, it's sweet.
And it's not going to be fried in good oil either.
Oh, no.
It's probably canola oil.
Right. So, yeah, we would just be like, oh, let's get this appetizer. Oh, now we want guacamole. Oh, let's
This is all you can eat, too.
There's all you can eat.
You paid one time, and everything was open.
Cassie said, you just have no idea how many snapshots were taken tonight. Oh, goodness.
All right. Well, somebody needs to post them or send us an email.
I don't know if I want to post it. Shauna said, this year I'm bringing and buying less souvenirs. Exactly.
Bringing and buying. Okay.
I think she means bringing less and buying less.
All right.
Jackie said, I usually want a t-shirt and a magnet at each place.
Yes. So we would always do hot sauces and
a shot glass.
in a shot glass.
Blue
I don't even
Master-
drink any, but I just love having the shot glasses.
Oh, wow. Sarah says she likes to bring t-shirts for the ship staff. That's sweet. Shauna said, I would buy souvenirs for my whole family. Laugh out loud. Girl, I used to do that too. Shauna said, I like to get a deck of cards and a magnet, and I have over 300 decks, because you need another one.
There's
Jackie,
4 of them in the cabinet right there we need to give her.
Jackie said, I never know how much to tip the staff. I keep the auto gratuities, but like to give a little extra. Yeah, usually what I do, anybody else can comment on, we always do prepaid gratuities.
Yes, it's just easier.
And then, that's probably cheap, y'all, but like on our dining room staff, the head waiter, if we had a good week, we usually give him 40, and then we give the assistant 20. And then our room steward will usually give 40. And then if he's been really good, like exceptional, then maybe we'll give a little more. So that's probably not the best. I mean, I've heard some people.
That's above and beyond, though. If they're regular, we're already paying.
Leave a 20 every single day to the room steward. And I'm just like, gosh, I feel like I'm already given with the prepaid gratuities. So it's kind of hard to budget even more. But
because they do appreciate cash.
Aw, Jackie said, sometimes I just comment with a heart. That works. That counts. Casket said, our green sweats. I totally agree. Can't do stuff too close to my neck. So did you cut yours, Renee? Jackie said, I just tipped the room staff and the dining staff extra and maybe an awesome bartender. Right. Oh, a bluegrass girl and dealer if you're gambling. That's true. Yeah, if you have a good dealer. Mm-hmm. I guess I just never do that.
Oh, that's what reminded me though, because they said that I can play poker there, and they use actual chips. They don't play that digital.
Well, you better get a second job. Casket said, just thought I'd ask a question that others might be too scared to ask. I'm not cruising. You might.
Who said that?
Renee.
Why? She just get our hopes up.
I know. I was getting all excited. But yeah, we never hang out like at bars except for Mr. Sancho's. But I'm just not one to pay for drinks. And we don't really.
We've only done it one time, honestly.
So I never think about them to tip. Shauna said, laugh out loud. You should have seen me one night at dining room. I didn't get a second cup of coffee till almost everyone was leaving. Yes. Those waiters on that cruise. Oh. Shauna said, waiter said, I could take it with me. I was concerned they wouldn't find it. He told me it had a tracker on the...
It does. So they don't take it off the ship.
For half a second, I believed him. No, it doesn't have a real tracker.
I know.
Right? Sarah said, oh, dang, I would have gotten up and found the coffee. I've done that before.
Uh-huh.
She said, couldn't risk getting lost. Oh, yep, definitely sticking a towel on you. Jackie said, you can find some cruises through Carnival as low as like $45. If you aren't restricted on the much you can pick, we have to go while the boys are on summer break when they are more expensive. See, that's the thing. We're fortunate enough that we always try to go during the slower months. That's really my only thing with the low carb cruises. I'm like, oh, why does it have to be at peak season? Because we never travel at that time. Casket said, nah, just asking questions for others that I thought they may not ask. I won't be cruising.
Why do you want to break our hearts?
No, my heart is literally just torn in half. Sarah said, if you live near a port, you get last minute deals for killer rates. There were people on the 14-day transatlantic for $400 for a balcony. Yeah, like
because I was honestly thinking we're gonna be able to talk to her about it when she comes over.
No.
God, she's just toying with us.
Jackie said the towels look like they are about $25 to $35 a piece. Oh, Sarah said Jackie's using towel and checked luggage will also be home base in the room. Okay. Oh, I might look at it or glue one to my kid's foot, right? She goes, that's why I got quiet. I fell asleep in the recliner with this stream still going. Jim woke me up.
Wow.
Oh, look, we got some kind of
troll.
Troll says hot girls here. I mean, you know, they're hello. Cassie said, well, totally understandable. Jamaica doesn't offer more than a 2-day tops interest. Right, exactly. There, I blocked the user. I don't know if y'all did. That's what I mean. Like, Jamaica's fun to visit for a few hours. I just couldn't see myself staying there several days.
I wasn't that impressed with it, honestly.
Shauna said, wow, you loved when we do going up to the Appleton Estates and everything.
Because I don't drink anymore, though.
Oh, right. Wow, haven't had a troll sneak in a while. I'm saying, 22K Cat. I put my phone down. I saw that when I picked it back up, thought I somehow clicked on some other channel. You're like, what? Where am I at? Zach's here. Hey, Zach.
Hey,
I want to do a cruise now with lots of bacon, and
Yes, there's tons of bacon.
Oh, my gosh. And the breakfast buffet, just pile it up.
And then they have the undercooked and the crispy.
Jackie said 4-day from Miami for $103 per person, balcony $294, and suite for $810.
Wow.
Yeah, like you can really get it cheap. Cruise internet, you can use Facebook Manager. I can't remember. Zach said Charleston, South Carolina is probably closest to me for a cruise port.
Huh.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, there you go. I think you can do Facebook Messenger. I think we didn't mess with it because I didn't get
it's internet. That's what it was.
So I'm cheap. I let him get the big internet.
Because we still try and go live on that Friday on the cruise.
Yeah. Shauna said, best news, client went to bed before my shift started. Woohoo!
Cheer.
She goes, but, I want to go to Cozumel. Well, we're going to Cozumel.
All you gotta
What
do is get off.
there?
All you gotta do is get off the ship.
Yes, Mr. Sancho's is in Cozumel. Yeah. And Bluegrass said, I will go to Cozumel with you. We're all in Cozumel. Oh, she said, I bought special scrapbook paper, Rotan and Cozumel kits today. Couldn't find the other place yet. Jackie said, I haven't been to any of these ports, so I got to find something to do each place.
Well, what we like to do.
She says, Mr. Sancho's where they are talking about. Yeah, Mr. Sancho's was where we got all our drinks and everything.
But when we do excursions, we really, really prefer to do tours by local. Because we just find it's more suited to what we like to do. Because they will actually custom build a thing for you.
Right. But yeah, so here's the thing. Mr. Sancho's is not a cruise excursion. This is a private excursion, and it's not even really excursion. You're paying for a place. So when you get off at Cozumel, again, Cozumel is like one of the top cruise destinations. Like almost every cruise, at least on this part, stops in Cozumel. So what you do when you get off there, you walk through the port, which again, there's lots in the port. And then there's a whole taxi area with the sign that'll say, if you want to go here, here's the taxi price.
Mm-hmm.
And so you tell them, okay, I want to go to Mr. Sancho's. That's all you have to say. They know where it is. They take you there. I forget the cruise price. I'd have to look it up again. The taxi price. They take you to Mr. Sancho's while you're in Cozumel. You stay there. But remember, you better set a timer on your phone so you don't get drunk and forget about getting back on the ship. And then in Mr. Sancho's, where the taxi lets you off, there's a taxi stand. You have to then pay for another taxi to take you back to the cruise port. Here's the thing, though. We learned on the last one. On the way to Mr. Sancho's, it's not that expensive. But to leave Mr. Sancho's, they hike the price up because you have no other option. You have to get a taxi. You can't use Uber or Lyft. They're not allowed to go to Mr. Sancho's. So you have to use the taxi. So the taxis charge more.
Uh-huh. But really, I don't think it's any different than, like, say, if you go to Vegas and you get off looking around looking for tours and stuff like that, the way you find those things.
Yeah. But yeah, there's lots to do in Cozumel if you want to do stuff in Cozumel.
We've done it too many times.
If I get the deluxe package this time, I'm living on bourbon coffees. Oh, wow. Efrainani said, no, sites at shopping, we can figure something fun. I noticed nothing noted on excursions. I'll pull it up and let you know. I know one time I did an excursion. I thought it was fun in Cozumel. It was a cooking excursion, so it was a lot of fun to me because we went again to like a nice beach, so you could spend the day in the beach too. That's the most popular thing in Cozumel is to go to the beach. But we went to this place and we got to make actual Mexican sopas from scratch, and of course you got drinks. That's okay. That's the number one thing in any of the ports of the Caribbean is they're going to get you drunk, right?
Yep.
That's the thing is, hey, we can give you drinks.
It's not top shelf either.
Oh, well, no. But so in this excursion, it was really fun. So we learned to make Mexican sopas. So you make a whole meal. And I think it was a fish, too, that made on the side.
I think so.
And so it was a cooking. And, you know, us, with loving to cook and everything.
Again,
so it was
carbs.
Really, right. But it was really fun. You know, cooking there, using authentic ingredients, learning how they make stuff from a chef there. And it was like a group of us. And then afterwards, you get to sit out, nice area, enjoy the food you cooked. And then you have the rest of the time to go to the beach or the pool if you want. That was a fun excursion to me.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I wouldn't do it now because
you can't eat it.
I'm not going to eat the sopa anymore.
Right. Or the rice.
Right. Yeah, because remember they did the pyramid rice?
Yeah.
That was really cool. But I mean, there's other excursions to do there. I don't think you want to do a beach, so trying to think what else we've done in Cozumel, because we're not beach people other than, Mr. Sancho's was a pool, basically, I feel like.
Well, you could go to the beach. We just didn't.
Yeah, we never went to the beach there.
I just sat at the bar.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I'll have to look back. Are we there yet? Hey. And Sammy. The cruising truly has become more attainable. 30 years ago, it was only the rather wealthy.
Right?
Went on a Mexico cruise in 94. It was over $1,500 each with a diesel deck cabin the size of a closet. Wow. Yeah, it sure has changed, right? They realized, instead of just having wealthy people, we can actually fill boats with 4,000 to 5,000 people and make even more money.
Right?
Shauna said, I want a better coffee waiting and no one gets my cream.
Wow.
Remember the whole cream situation? Oh my gosh. Bluegrass Girl said, but then the towel can be used on a pet collar, key ring. Oh, okay. No, Casket, you did great trying to help others. That's fine. No, that's good. You're being engaging, right? She said, I didn't love Jamaica at all. I mean, it's not my favorite port. I mean, I had fun when we go, but Jamaica's one of those.
That's the Appleton and Roman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I generally only do an excursion. I mean, I have walked the port area before. I never had issues there. I've heard other people there like, oh my gosh, I was approached so much. But I guess I just have the look of I don't do anything shady.
But see, I've been approached here in Houston, so.
Oh. I've never been approached by anybody. So when I walked around even the, I guess, questionable areas of Jamaica there, nobody approached me. And, everybody was friendly. Like they'd say hi or wave, but nobody came up to me offering me anything. But again, I think I just look like, oh, not that girl. She ain't going to say yes. She's probably a cop, Jackie said, I hope the Allure is ready to go through 3 to 4 times the normal amount of bacon. They better. Shauna said, trolls happen when we're up past Heath's bedtime. Heath, stop doing that with your mic. Ouch.
What did I do? I'm sorry.
Know.
But we do need to go to bed soon.
I'm a cheap date, Shauna said. Oh, we know. I saw a trolley sightseeing trip. Oh, yeah, there you go. Hey, Red White's here.
Hey, brother.
How you doing? Jackie said the Icon at max capacity with crew will hold 9,950. I just don't know, y'all. I just don't know. But I remember when I thought 1,500 on a cruise was a lot of people, and now
they're like, that's just a good start.
I know. And then when we first did, I'm trying to remember, what was it? Not the Carnival Breeze. What was the one? It was like their biggest ship at the time, and it held like 4,500 people.
Oh, I remember.
And I was just like, I thought that
Horizon?
Was
No.
We did the Cabana Suite. Was it the Dream? Maybe it was the Dream. But anyways, we did the Cabana Suite. And I was like, I will never do that again. 4,500 people is too many on a cruise. And it was just, it was so packed. But I think that was also our fault. That was kind of a last minute cruise too. We really went bougie. It was a moment where I was like, I needed a mental health break. And I just needed to get away. And I was just like, we got to get away. Like, I need to go. I need to get away. Like this, I just can't. And so, yeah, we went really bougie on that, but it was like 4,500 people. And I was just like, no, I can't do it. But on the low carb cruise, that ship held about that. And it did not seem as busy as when we went on the one with Carnival. Of course, it might not have been at capacity yet. But I just don't know. nearly 10,000 people. That just seems. Whew. I'm going to tell you one
They're
thing.
not all going to be in your room with you, though.
They might be. They might.
What kind of things you going to be doing?
Oh, would you like to know? But I think I'm the type of person that usually, there are some people. I used to be on all those cruise boards who only go on the first selling of brand new ships. Like that's their goal.
That's
the
bougie.
ship is coming out. They want to be on the first selling. And I'm like the Titanic believe. I ain't gonna be the first one. I'm gonna wait until it's gone a season or two, and then I'll get on the ship. So rarely have I been like brand new to a ship.
Well, except for that one.
The Princess Sky. And even then, it already ran a couple weeks before we got on. But that's my thinking. Red Wine said, I didn't know you guys were still on. Got up an hour ago to start my day. Well, we're pulling an all-nighter.
We're not, because we got things to do tomorrow and things to do tomorrow night.
Oh, she said you were scratching.
Scratching.
Oh my gosh, I wish you would. Lisa said, a boat that big gives me Titanic vibes.
Hey, the Titanic wasn't that big, though.
But, just that many people. I don't know. Again, I'm just going to wait and see. I ain't going to jump on there right away.
Whoa.
Make sure all the doors hold 2 people. What does that mean? Make sure all the doors hold 2 people.
You got to float?
Oh! I'm sure they would, right?
Oh, I'm fading. I thought I got my second win.
All right, we got to go. Jackie said,
gonna...
at least they have enough safety boats now, right?
Yeah.
Sarah's going, good night, Sarah.
Good night.
Have a good one. And we need to say goodbye to. It is
11
freaking late, y'all.
11:30 or 11?
I was just having so fun. It's 11:09.
Oh, 9, okay.
Just trying to fast forward, y'all.
No, it's just I can barely see the clock from here.
Yeah, hasn't he gotten shorter as the night's gone on, or is it just me?
I'm putting my chair back to the same height it is when I'm using it in my office.
Whatever. Good night, y'all. Have a great weekend.
Good night.
Stay safe. We'll see
See you
y'all
next week.
Next week when we have a special guest.
If you're lucky.
We're lucky. We're going to have to go